DB saying thank you for covering this and not adding to speculation that some media tend to do. Great work on separating what could have occurred. Great work on all responders. DB Trevino, thank you for tuning in to our coverage.
Yes, thanks very much. So here's what we're doing. We are simulcasting, putting our signal out live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. I think a lot of you are actually joining us through Facebook, but many other people have the app, and they get the updates or the alerts at any time there is a breaking story on News Now. But by virtue of the fact that we are simulcasting on Facebook, we are reading all of your comments, and if you have any additional questions, we'll be happy to try to answer them. What we do see is we've seen there have been a couple of police officers, but there have also been a number of firefighters / paramedics who have been going in and out of this storage room. Well, you know, sometimes though you think about, Samia, just the kind of the twists and turns of how a story unfolds. And if this guy, we don't know if he actually sped away in a car for those few blocks or if he ran away. We'll hear from Tempe police. But after the armed robbery attempt at the Walgreens, he ends up trying to run into that room right there. And from everything we're being told, there's no access from that room, which, by the way, probably like a lot of storage rooms, may not even be air conditioned.
Right.
It's got to probably be just incredibly warm in there.
Right.
So he went into that door. If he had pulled into a different part of that facility and gone right in through the front door, we could have just a
much worse situation.
Much more worrisome situation on our hands. So it sure is, in terms of what we think is going to be a resolution of this story, but it's not over until we see them bringing him out.
Right. And that's why we're taking these live aerials. I think this is our best view of that door. I do want to acknowledge Emily's comment, praying for these residents. They can't take stresses like this as well as others. The train and fear of what happened to them, disruption of their routines, the heat, the humidity, everything. So that is something to take into consideration.
And here's Jay, who's tuning in from Bristol in the UK, who says, just tuning in. I know it's late afternoon there. In fact, around 6:30, I think, in the
this is Samia.
evening. It's around 10:30 in the morning over here in Tempe.
Go ahead and
this all unfolding in about the last hour or so.
All right, guys, looks like Rick Davis is live with us on the phone. Rick, you are now live on News Now.
Hey, Rick, it's Ron here with Samia. What time did you get out to the scene? What did you first hear the call go out as, and what have you been seeing in the minutes since?
I got here right around maybe 25 minutes ago. I was actually responding to a robbery at a Walgreens at Guadalupe and McClintock, and I believe that a suspect was being followed by undercover police officers, and at that time the officer-involved shooting came out. So I'm not sure if that's related, just because we've been so busy with robberies this morning. But what I can tell you is that this suspect that was involved in this officer-involved shooting is held up in what is believed to be the Westchester care facility for elderly people. And it sounds like, according to Tempe, that this may be coming to an end, but that's unofficial at this point. Mike Coley, the lieutenant with the Tempe Police Department, is about to give the media an update on the other side of this facility.
Now, we're watching your live picture, Rick. You do a great job at showing us the pictures and kind of giving us the lay of the land at the same time. What was that vehicle that just pulled up and turned right into the facility? What was that? Were you able to see?
I did, yeah. That was a City of Tempe command vehicle. They use those a lot for officer-involved investigations, to get information back to the city heads, and so that they can get a up-to-the-minute update on how the investigation is going, and if there are resources on there for officers out in the field.
What is this picture we're seeing from you, Rick? Is that right at the entrance to the facility? What street are you on?
Yes, I am on Westchester and La Rosa, which is on the west side of Rural, a block away off of Westchester. This facility is on the south side of Westchester, where this guy is allegedly held up at or suspect. And this is the most active area because the SWAT team made entry here. There's an entrance, and if you can see those fire trucks, that's where the SWAT team went in at, and there are actually residents there that they're looking at just because of the heat and hoping that, they can keep them comfortable until they can get this thing resolved.
All right, so Tempe Police, when we talked to Lieutenant Poole maybe about 10, 12 minutes ago, he told us that some of the information that he passed along was that this all originated at the Walgreens with the call of the attempted armed robbery, that an officer made contact with the suspect, and that the officer was uninjured, but the suspect was shot at least once. Were you under the impression that he was, it sounds to me like they were following him in an undercover or an unmarked car, so we're trying to piece together whether he literally was on the run, or if he was trying to evade police.
Yeah, Ron, that all adds up to my response out here from the armed robbery. There was a description given out of a white van with a suspect in it. They gave out a license plate.
We need a backup for a suspicious person. 2202 West, Altadena.
So good at communicating with all the surrounding agencies. There were undercovers that were able to get behind that vehicle, follow it, get it pulled.
All in the civil matter. 2301 West Orange Drive. 961 Tatum and Tomahawk. And then.
But anyway, they were able to get behind that vehicle, and at some point, that suspect, I'm assuming, ran into this state nursing care facility, and that's when the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Have you been able to see from your vantage point the white van?
No, and that's something I was trying to piece that together to see exactly, if that was the suspect. Like now, it's looking like it's all starting to come together. Don't know exactly how far from this facility that white van may be. When they got behind it, they thought that he was trying to make it to US 60. And at that point, I lost track of where it was at because of the call of the officer-involved shooting, which, it's in the area, but it could have been separate from this incident.
Sure, yeah, and there we see the DPS helicopter responding to this particular scene. When you get reports of an officer-involved shooting, and it does seem in the kind of the violent world that we live in now, there are just so many crimes and so many situations where police are put in a situation where they have to respond with force because this originally kicked out as an armed robbery. So officers are going to go in there with the thought that, all right, this is a guy who's armed, and we've got to protect ourselves.
I do know that call at the Walgreens came out as the suspect stole from the pharmacy lots of items. So that would only, you would think that the type of prescription drugs that they have in a Walgreens pharmacy and someone taking them, that mentality of that person, would probably be pretty desperate. So you have to, police have to use, the right type of force and situations for an individual that would, walk into a Walgreens and take whatever prescription drugs, at hand.
Hey, Rick, let me just mention to you, we just got a Facebook post, Samia. Let's see where that one is, where we have Chance Marie, who says, just want to let you guys know that my mom works there. They are all evacuated except for some of the residents. Have you seen any of that kind of activity?
Actually, yes, Ron, I did, and there were some residents that they had outside, and they had brought out chairs for them to sit on. But once the fire department got here, I think they moved them to a more comfortable place to be.
Okay, yeah. So just once again, so people understand the live image they're seeing, this is you set up live at the street where you would. This is not the main entrance, right? This would be the road that would lead to the back entrance of the facility. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I think the main entrance is off of Rural, in between Westchester and I believe Guadalupe. not sure how far down it goes. But that's the main entrance. There is a side entrance here that's on the north side of Westchester and just a little bit west of both, and that's where the SWAT team is focused to go in. Now, I was told where I'm at, and I can kind of, let me move just a little bit. This will be a little shaky, but I'm going to walk up to the corner because most of the media is now starting to be able to, move up. But if I pan over here, you'll be able to see the back of this facility from the north side right here. And that's where the police, they were focused on this area in the housing area of this facility. So it wasn't smart to come up to the corner at that time because they had a lot of firepower over there. And that's where I believe that barricaded suspect held up inside of a house or apartment.
All right. Again, these are live images where we have both our helicopter Skyfox flying over the Westchester facility, and at the same time, Rick is on the ground doing a great job. We may get some sort of a briefing over the course of the next hour or so from
Ron,
Tempe
one
Police.
thing I might mention.
Yes.
Within the last 10 minutes or so, medical teams brought in this ambo. I'm going to zoom right into it. I don't know if we have that shot.
Hey, Rick, stand by 1 quick second.
Okay.
Mike Pooley, Lieutenant Pooley, Tempe PIO is about to speak. Let's take him live. Rick, hold on, please.
Go in there and get him out. He did have a gunshot wound, and once I get his status, I'll let you know.
But everybody's safe. No one is hurt at the senior facility.
Correct. Part of the what happened is when we initially got the information, the senior center began getting evacuated by our officers. We began pulling a lot of people out. There were still several that were left inside the facility once we realized that he was isolated in an area where he couldn't hurt anyone else. At that point, we were able to lock that area off. Our SWAT team was able to go in and able to locate him and contact him.
You said the suspect at least made it appear that he had a weapon. Do we know if he was found with a weapon at this time? Or?
That's part of it. We're still looking for that. We're still trying to see if there was a weapon or if there wasn't. And once we get that information, we'll let you know.
Though Marcos Denisa is not in session, it appears to be under lockdown.
Yeah. Right now, I don't know if there's people on campus, but we did take the precautions, let the schools know. We know that school's starting next week. There's a lot of teachers and people on campus. We want to let them know that, hey, there's an active situation that was happening here as we were doing this.
Which schools did you say are on lockdown?
I believe it was Marcos Denisa. Give me 1 second, guys. Hang on. Hello? Hello? Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know. I don't. So let me call you right back. Okay.
Advice for people living in this direct area or working in this direct area?
Yeah, this is typically a very calm area. I know there's a lot of people that are wondering why there's a lot of police activity going on. One of the things they can do is follow our Twitter page. We're trying to give updates so people know what's going on. But yeah, basically, just to recount everything, I'll rehash it one more time. Just at 9 o'clock this morning, we received an armed robbery call at the Walgreens on McClintock and Guadalupe. We had a description of a black male wearing sweatpants and a non-color shirt. That description was given. We began searching the area. One of our officers located an individual that was matching that description that we believe is the suspect in that armed robbery. They went to contact him. The suspect fled from that officer on foot. One of our other officers, who's actually a lieutenant, arrived in the area, went to contact that suspect, and at that point some kind of altercation happened. I don't know all the details, but an altercation happened where there was some kind of scuffle. During that altercation, our lieutenant fired at least one round shooting the suspect. The suspect was able to retreat was able to flee into a storage area on the Westchester Senior Facility, where he barricaded himself. There was employees that notified our officers where the suspect was, and initially we began evacuating some of the seniors that live here. When they evacuated them, they were brought out. We didn't have a place to put them, and we called buses in so they could put them in an air-conditioned area. and our SWAT team was able to get out there. They contacted the suspect, and again, I'm waiting on the status on that to release it.
And just to be clear, it was a Walgreens pharmacy?
Correct.
Okay.
Was a weapon seen in that armed robbery?
It was a simulated weapon.
Do you know how?
I don't know how, and I'll get that. We'll have some more information here shortly.
Has a weapon been found on the suspect?
What's that?
Has a weapon been found on the suspect?
Not that I know of, not at this time. So again, there's 3 different scenes right now. There's the Walgreens on McClintock and Guadalupe. There's a scene just down the road from where the shooting happened on Westchester. And I'm not sure exactly where that scene is, but it's just a little ways. And then we have the Westchester scene at the storage facility. And I'll probably brief here in about another hour, guys.
Do you know if when the LT had the altercation with the suspect, he was the only officer there?
I believe so.
Where was the Walgreens?
McClintock and Guadalupe.
9:45 a.m.?
9 o'clock, just after 9.
And that's the time the robbery occurred?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet, guys.
All right, Rick Davis, are you still on the phone with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
All right, Rick, so I don't know how much you could hear of what Lieutenant Poole had to say, but it all kicked out originally as an armed robbery at that particular Walgreens location. He said it now appears that it was a simulated weapon. So we don't know if that was a guy, acting like he had a weapon when he didn't, or if he had a toy pistol like we see sometimes, but he at least simulated that it was a weapon. And that's the first crime scene. The second crime scene is probably right about where you were set up there, where the scuffle began, and the officer made contact with the guy and did fire one shot. And then the third is just around the corner there at Westchester on the back side. But it sounds like he is, what with a gunshot wound, sounds like he's in need of care now, and hopefully, matter of fact, one of the things he did say was that, originally they started evacuating residents, then once they realized that there was no access point from the storage room into the remainder of the building, they realized it wasn't quite as tense a situation. What are you seeing right now?
Well, right now, we're looking down the street called La Rosa, looking to the north. There is a motor officer at an entrance, and somewhere between where that motor officer's at that entrance, and then this way to the north of Westchester is where the actual scene was at. So I did speak to, while Lieutenant Pooley was giving his press briefing, a woman named Naomi said that mom works inside there. She was very nervous because she couldn't get in to see her mom, as mom's worked there for a while, and that she was very concerned and nervous to make sure her mother was okay.
Yeah, well, we heard from somebody on Facebook, same situation, where and what they were doing was they were in the process even of evacuating, I think, some of the personnel that worked there. But it sounds like right now the whole focus is on, trying to get a wrap on this scene and get this guy into medical treatment. You haven't seen an ambulance actually leave yet, though, have you?
Yeah, and that's what right before the press conference, there is an ambo that is parked, and they got out with the stretcher, walked up to the entrance, the north entrance here off of Westchester, but then they went back with an empty stretcher, and I'm not sure what that's all about. Maybe he may not be as injured as we suspect, or there could be another transport from the other side of this facility that has him there. Yeah, I can actually move over a little bit, be focused on that ambo just in case they do bring the stretcher back out. But it sounds, you can see the ambo right there. Sounds like they either have him detained in there or they transported him with another paramedic ambo.
So as of right now, the suspect has not been removed from the facility, correct?
Well, that's unconfirmed because it's just such a large facility. He certainly hasn't come out this way.
Okay.
It's possible that he could be came out another way. And then again, if he was hit by gunfire, it's possible that his injuries may be the result of something else.
Yeah. Rick, while we're talking, we're looking at the live image there. Those are some of the chairs they brought up, as they originally were worried that they were going to have to try to get as many people out of the building and have some place for them. This is a senior center, so have some place for them to sit down, even though it's a warm, just about 100-degree day here in the valley, and they're in the process of wrapping up and getting those chairs, back onto the vehicle. And we see a truck pulling out right now, and it looks like we're going to be able to hopefully put a wrap on this scene pretty quickly.
Well, one thing's for sure, Tempe PD did a great job of securing the residents in this facility. They came with a lot of force, and they had a plan together to make sure that injuries were limited. And, if you're a resident of the city of Tempe, you have to be proud of what they did. I mean, this is a large facility, a lot of people that, demand a lot of medical attention 24/7. And just to limit it the way it is just, phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, there's a lot going on in the news today, that is for sure. And this is one of those situations that, it sure sounded tense at first.
Yeah.
With a scenario of a guy heading toward a senior and assisted living facility, but it looks like everything.
When you think about the amount of officers that respond to this, and you have to kind of divide the population of a nursing facility and all the other things that go into it to make sure you can, peacefully and resolve this situation with no injuries. I don't know how many people live here, but it's a fairly large facility, and you would assume that it's probably, mostly all occupied. So, yeah, very tense situation, not knowing what you're going into and making sure everybody's safe and okay.
All right, Rick. Well, thank you for calling in. If you get any additional updates, you have the number. Feel free to call in at any time.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, thankfully, this whole situation ended relatively peacefully.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you, you sure saw. It was amazing just to see the coordination that was going on with the fire department, with the police department, with them almost immediately being set and ready to go. And now we have maybe a little better idea of why it is.
Right, major update right now.
Yeah, as to why they were going in and out of the facility, not in a defensive posture, because Tempe police are saying the guy who pulled the armed robbery and who was barricaded inside that storage facility is dead.
Right.
That's coming straight from Lieutenant Pooley, who is the public information officer for Tempe Police. That actually was tweeted out by Linda Williams, just
2 minutes ago. She's live on the scene right now.
Right.
She was there as he was giving that press conference, and she just tweeted this update. Suspect in barricade is dead. And we know the suspect obviously fled after he was injured, ran. I mean, in that situation, have you had the suspect just stayed?
Yes.
And received the proper care?
He'd probably be in the hospital by now.
Possibly survived.
Yeah, possibly. Well, so I'm sure he did not anticipate that was the way this situation was going to go when he walked into the Walgreens. But anyway, what was reported as a barricade situation is all wrapped up, and the suspect who pulled an armed robbery with what was described to us as a simulated weapon, because frequently we see people who don't have a real gun use a fake gun or a toy gun, something like that. We don't know if that's what it was or if he just simply gave the impression he had a weapon on him. But the story comes to kind of a sad conclusion here,
right,
where the guy's lost his life because he walked into a Walgreens store to steal some pharmaceuticals in the back of the store there.
From the pharmacy itself.
And then once police made contact, instead of giving himself up, and looking at the potential of a year or two, maybe, in prison. He's dead.
It's sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
It's sad to think about some of the decisions that people choose to make for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah.
Whether it's because they need money or because of an addiction or whatever the cause may be. It is an unfortunate situation. Thankfully, no officers were hurt in this situation. Like you said, a simulated weapon. That'll wrap up, I think, our coverage of this barricade situation.
I'm going to run back into the TV studio with
all
some
things are wrapped up, and
now.
I'm going to start working on our next feed for News Now. Guys, joining us on Facebook, we will probably be wrapping up here, but you can always join us on fox10phoenix.com, where we have continuous, nonstop coverage from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Thanks, Ron.
You bet.
You moved out Thursday.
No.
I'm wrong. Okay. So let's talk about what you saw, what you think. Active shooter, your first.
I was on my way to the supermarket to get some bananas. All right. And I was about halfway down between here and over in that corner. Anyway, and all of a sudden he came around the corner and
What came around the corner?
the guy.
African American man, black guy.
Right. And he passed by me. He was really running fast. Okay? And then right after that, and the police came around the corner. So that was it.
Did you notice that he was out of place? I mean, did you see that something was up with him?
Well, of course, when he's running that fast. You know, a Roger Bannister. He was going fast.
Sirens blazing. Is that how police were after him, or were they on foot? And
I didn't even notice it until, yeah. I didn't notice I didn't hear any noises. No, he was behind, they're behind them. He was going real fast.
On foot?
Yes, absolutely.
He stopped
And
here in
thanks-
Westchester and starts running across the street, or how did he cross
It's
the
there,
street?
right there. Yeah.
Did he have
Yeah.
anything in his hands? Did you see him turn around?
I didn't see that. No, I did not see anything in his hands. I found out later that people said that he had a gun. So, but anyway, it was, you know, he was too busy. He was running as fast as he could, and it was, I would say, a minute basically coming around the corners when the first police station went by.
Is that what caught your eye? Just somebody bolting out?
Well, he was running fast, and I knew he was running from something, and was just in a minute, less than a minute. That's when he came around.
And that's when you saw the police and realized he was running from them.
Yeah. Well, I saw the car come around. Yeah, the patrol car.
So the police were chasing him. He was on foot. They were in their patrol cars chasing him. You didn't see any cops on foot, literally running after him?
No.
Did you watch him until he disappeared down Westchester?
Absolutely no. I went on to get my bananas. Seriously, I did. I haven't eaten them yet, but...
Have you lived in that community there?
I moved in Monday.
But this incident hasn't changed your opinion of the neighborhood, of this?
Oh, no, not at all. This place is really nice. So far. No, it is, yeah, it is. It's a very nice place.
Susan, will you say and spell your first and last name?
So that was a live interview that Linda was doing. Linda Williams at the scene of that situation. Just a quick update, the suspect did die in this incident. We're now going to take you back to some national news, politics. Here is a live look at the DNC floor. Things are gearing up for day 3 of the DNC. A live look at the floor. Earlier we were showing you a replay of Trump's press conference. We did cut out of it for this breaking news, so I'm going to go back to it now for those of you who were interested in hearing what Donald Trump had to say earlier today.
You'll have to see it in the polls, David. You know what my positions are. You'll have to see it in the polls. Yeah, go ahead. David, my positions are down. You ask the question every single time I give you an answer. My positions are down. Take a look. Go ahead. Yes, I did. We wanted to, yeah. I don't know what he said, but we wanted, excuse me, listen. We were doing Miss Universe 4 or 5 years ago in Russia. It was a tremendous success, very, very successful. And there were developers in Russia that wanted to put a lot of money into developments in Russia, and they wanted us to do it, but it never worked out. Frankly, I didn't want to do it for a couple of different reasons, but we had a major developer in particular, but numerous developers that wanted to develop property in Moscow and other places, but we decided not to do it. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. He did say that.
What's the reaction to that?
Well, I just sort of said that. He just did that. He said it this morning, anything's possible. I think I'm going to win. I think people are sick and tired of incompetence. They're sick and tired of having politicians leading them down the tubes. Whether it's taxes, whether it's debt, whether it's any one of 15 different things. And that's why. I mean, I think I'll win the election. I think you see that in the polls. There are a few more questions. Go ahead, John. Hope your arm's okay. Well, it's a tradition, but I don't do things that are traditional. But I have great support from Israel. I will back Israel 100%. I would like to go there, but I have great relationships, as you know, to the people in Israel. And by the way, Obama, in my opinion, is the single worst thing, politically speaking, that's ever happened to Israel. He has been a disaster for Israel. I don't know. I haven't set my schedule yet. Could happen. No, I think it's possible we have, but I'm only interested in winning. Once I win, I'll get along great with foreign leaders, but they won't be taken advantage of. I mean, the problem we have with foreign leaders, whether it's China, Russia, or anybody, they don't respect our leadership, and certainly in the case of China, they take tremendous economic advantage of us, tremendous, to a point that is hard to believe. I'll get along great with the leadership, and we'll do well. Yes, ma'am, in the back. No, excuse me. In the back.
I would actually like to know if you became president, would you recognize the annexed peninsula Crimea as Russian territory, and also if the U.S. would make sanctions that
We'll be looking at that, yeah, we'll be looking. Go ahead.
Following on major questions, first, a quick one on minimum wage. You said needs to raise $10. Specifically, I just want to be clear here, you're talking about federal minimum wage?
Federal.
Okay. Second question about extreme vetting and Muslim ban.
Right.
You say you're going to list the territories. Would religion be a part of the vetting?
I'm not making it a part, but at some point maybe people will change their minds, but as of right now, I'm not making it a part. Okay. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Who said that? Who? I think President Obama has been the most ignorant president in our history. His views of the world, as he says, don't jive, and the world is a mess. You look at what's happening with the migration, with Syria, with Libya, with Iraq, with everything he's touched. He has been a disaster as a president. He will go down as one of the worst presidents in the history of our country. It is a mess. And I believe that Hillary Clinton will be even worse. Go ahead. Oh, Katie just said that. Many polls show that you are winning. I can't believe. Are you Katie Turner of NBC? It's a disguise. Go ahead.
President Obama was speaking to stand up here this morning, and he said that he feels that you could not prepare to be president. Can you lay out for us and for him what you do on a daily basis?
Okay. Well, I'll
Do you get prepared about what's going on?
Sure. Sure. Well, you've been asking me a lot of questions for a lot of times. I've turned out to be right. I turned out to be right on NATO. After I said that on NATO changed their whole program because of me. Excuse me, Katie. Hillary Clinton said yesterday she's going to start renegotiating trade deals. She never said that in her life. She said it yesterday only because of me. I'm the one that's prepared. President Obama, when he became president, he didn't know anything. This guy didn't know a thing. And honestly, today he knows less. Today he knows less. He has done a terrible job. I think I'm very prepared. Now, with that being said, I've been a businessman all my life, but I've been watching and I've been seeing and I've been feeling, and as you know, I've been very much involved in politics from the other side. I understand politics, or I guess I wouldn't be here. I mean, I meet a lot of very talented people.
You speak to foreign advisors,
I do. I have great foreign advisors. You have a list, and I gave you a list. And the other day, as an example, General Quinn and General Flynn, and we have so many. As an example, I had a meeting 3 or 4 days ago, and I'm going to do a report on it with 7 or 8 very, very talented advisors. Now, with all of that being said, a lot of people want the people that are doing it now, people that have certain names. Look at the mess they've gotten us into. They said, have you spoken to so-and-so? Well, I said, but he was in favor of the war in Iraq many years ago, which I was not in favor of. Have you spoken to this one or that one? I said, they were all, look at the job they've done. So a lot of the people that you think are good because you know their name or because you see them on television, I don't think are good because look at the end result. The end result is our country is a mess. The Middle East has never been worse. Had we done nothing with the Middle East, had our presidents, with an S, gone to the beach and relaxed, we'd be in better shape than we are right now. All right, Tom, a couple more. Go ahead, Tom. Yeah.
Do you expect your opinion on torture, your opinion on world affairs, the Iran?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, that's my opinion. Right. That's my opinion. We'll have to see. I have a real problem when Hillary Clinton, who gives open access to a phony server, is allowed to get these briefings. How does Hillary Clinton get a national security briefing when she's been probably hacked, when so much of her information, the director of the FBI said it was essentially negligent? It was negligent. Now, why are they giving her briefings? Why are these people with great knowledge of the inner workings of our country and our security, why are they giving Hillary Clinton briefings? Because it's going to get revealed. I mean, her number one person, Uma Abedin, is married to Anthony Weiner, who's a sleazeball and a pervert. And I'm not saying that. I mean, that's recorded history, right? I don't like Uma going home at night and telling Anthony Weiner all of these secrets, okay? So how can Hillary Clinton be briefed on this unbelievably delicate information when it was just proven that she lied and that her server shouldn't have had it and that they're missing 33,000 emails? And that's just the beginning. So I don't think that, I know at some point they're going to be called, they're going to want to brief me, but I'm not a talker about this stuff. I don't think that it's safe to have Hillary Clinton, in light of what just happened and in light of what we just found out, I don't think it's safe to have Hillary Clinton be briefed on national security because the word will get out.
Should your son, Don Jr., run for mayor of New York City next year?
No, he's not going to run for mayor. Oh, Don? He's not going to run for mayor. Don has no intention of running for mayor. But he did a great job the other night with his speech. Because he made a good speech, everyone says he should run for mayor. You know why? because we have a Democratic mayor who's horrible. He's doing a horrible job. De Blasio. But Don is not going to run for mayor. He has no interest in running for mayor. Yeah.
In all likelihood, she will change her position on TV.
Unbelievable what he said.
What's your reaction?
I think it's disgraceful. Hillary Clinton, because of me, said that TPP was not going to happen. But we all know it is going to happen if she won. Terry McAuliffe said with a wink to a group of people that if Hillary gets in, she's lying and it will happen. And there is nobody closer, I know this for a fact, there is nobody, including her own husband, closer to Hillary Clinton than Terry McAuliffe. Okay? Go ahead.
You spoke about Anthony Weiner and comments about the son running for mayor. Anthony Weiner said that if he ran for mayor against your son, he would beat him under the quote.
Oh, I don't know what he said, John. I really. Anthony Weiner's, look. Anthony Weiner is a proven loser. I mean, the poor guy, he's locked up in a room. They lock him up in a room. They don't let him out. I don't know what Anthony. My son doesn't want to run for mayor. He has no intention of running for mayor. And besides that, as a Republican, you have a very tiny sliver in Manhattan, as you know, and in that area, it's almost impossible for a Republican to win. So, and my son likes to win. But my son has no intention of running for mayor, so let's just put that to bed. Go ahead. Go.
North of your home in Palm Beach County is an environmental crisis that's going on with water related with algae.
Yeah, in Palm Beach County, it's very sad. Not Palm Beach, it's all over.
This is on your radar. Do you have any plans?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I actually want to find out what causes it. It's a problem in many areas. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Well, they shouted, you know, it was interesting. Yesterday I made a speech in front of the great veterans, as you saw, and it was very well received. She was there the day before. And when I started talking about Hillary Clinton, the veterans who saw her 24 hours before started screaming, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. They also screamed that, as you know, during the speech I made, the big speech. And I said, don't do that. Now, I didn't do that for any reason. I didn't like it. And they stopped. Not one reporter said that I said that. They all said that they started screaming, lock her up, lock her up. I said, don't do that. Nobody reported that I said that because it's dishonest reporting. You do agree I said that, right? Okay, well, why didn't somebody report that? No, I think it's a shame that they said it. But a lot of people would say that should happen. Okay, one more question. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, 3 weeks is a long time to wait for that important information. This is Doral. It was built by...
Well, Doral is great, and Doral, I think I have over 1,000 Hispanics working at Doral, and they're doing a great job. Yes, ma'am, in the yellow. Go ahead. Yellow. Excuse me. Yellow. Who? No, I don't think it has any impact. He's been very bad. Her running mate has been very, very bad on employment. And all you have to do is go to Virginia and speak to the people of Virginia. He has been so bad. I figured when she chose him, he was very popular in Virginia. They don't like him. They don't like him. It's been very, very close races, and his polling is very bad. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think it's time for Hillary Clinton to do a news conference because it's almost a year now, and it'll be interesting to see how she does. Thank you all very much. Might as well just tell him to have a good time. He has done one bad job. Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up Donald Trump. His press conference this morning, in case you missed it. This is a live look at the DNC floor. Today is day 3 of the DNC. President Obama will be speaking tonight, as will Vice President Joe Biden. There were some major speeches that took place yesterday. In case you did not tune in to the DNC last night, I'm going to go ahead and play for you the Bill Clinton speech. was highly talked about. Bill Clinton speaking about why people should vote for his wife, Hillary.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. In the spring of 1971, I met a girl. The first time I saw her, we were, appropriately enough, in a class on political and civil rights. She had thick blonde hair, big glasses, wore no makeup. And she exuded this sense of strength and self-possession that I found magnetic. After the class, I followed her out, intending to introduce myself. I got close enough to touch her back, but I couldn't do it. Somehow I knew this would not be just another tap on the shoulder, that I might be starting something I couldn't stop. I saw her several more times in the next few days, but I still didn't speak to her. Then one night, I was in the law library talking to a classmate who wanted me to join the Yale Law Journal. He said it would guarantee me a job in a big firm or a clerkship with a federal judge. I really wasn't interested. I just wanted to go home to Arkansas. Then I saw the girl again, standing at the opposite end of that long room. Finally, she was staring back at me. So I watched her. She closed her book, put it down, and started walking toward me. She walked the whole length of the library, came up to me and said, "Look, if you're going to keep staring at me," and now I'm staring back, we at least ought to know each other's name. I'm Hillary Rodham. Who are you? I was so impressed and surprised that, whether you believe it or not, momentarily I was speechless. Finally, I sort of blurted out my name, and we exchanged a few words, and then she went away. Well, I didn't join the law review, but I did leave that library with a whole new goal in mind. A couple days later, I saw her again. I remember she was wearing a long, white, flowery skirt. And I went up to her, and she said she was going to register for classes for the next term. I said I'd go too. And we stood in line and talked. You had to do that to register back then. And I thought I was doing pretty well, till we got to the front of the line, and the registrar looked up and said, "Bill, what are you doing here? You registered this morning." I turned red, and she laughed, that big laugh of hers. And I thought, well, heck, since my cover's been blown, I just went ahead and asked her to take a walk down to the art museum. We've been walking and talking and laughing together ever since. And we've done it in good times and bad, through joy and heartbreak. We cried together this morning on the news that our good friend and a lot of your good friend, Mark Weiner, passed away early this morning. We built up a lifetime of memories. After the first month and that first walk, I actually drove her home to Park Ridge, Illinois, to meet her family and see the town where she grew up. A perfect example of post-World War II middle-class America. Street after street of nice houses, great schools, good parks, a big public swimming pool, and almost all white. I really liked her family. Her crusty conservative father, her rambunctious brothers, all extolling the virtues of rooting for the Bears and the Cubs. And for the people from Illinois here, they even told me what waiting for next year meant. Could be next year, guys. Now, her mother was different. She was more liberal than the boys. And she had a childhood that made mine look like a piece of cake. She was easy to underestimate with her soft manner, and she reminded me all over again of the truth of that old saying, you should never judge a book by its cover. Knowing her was one of the greatest gifts Hillary ever gave me. I learned that Hillary got her introduction to social justice through her Methodist youth minister, Don Jones. He took her downtown to Chicago to hear Dr. Martin Luther King speak, and he remained her friend for the rest of his life. This will be the only campaign of hers he ever missed. When she got to college, her support for civil rights, her opposition to the Vietnam War, compelled her to change parties and become a Democrat. And then, between college and law school, on a total lark, she went alone to Alaska and spent some time sliming fish. More to the point, by the time I met her, she had already been involved in the law school's legal services project, and she'd been influenced by Marian Wright Edelman. She took a summer internship interviewing workers in migrant camps for Senator Walter Mondale's subcommittee. She'd also begun working in the Yale New Haven Hospital to develop procedures to handle suspected child abuse cases. She got so involved in children's issues that she actually took an extra year in law school, working at the Child Studies Center to learn what more could be done to improve the lives and the futures of poor children. So, she was already determined to figure out how to make things better. Hillary opened my eyes to a whole new world of public service by private citizens. In the summer of 1972, she went to Dothan, Alabama, to visit one of those segregated academies that then enrolled over 500,000 white kids in the South. The only way the economics worked is that they claimed federal tax exemptions to which they were not legally entitled. She got sent to prove they weren't. So she sauntered into one of these academies all by herself, pretending to be a housewife that had just moved to town and needed to find a school for her son. And they exchanged pleasantries, and finally she said, look, let's just get to the bottom line here. If I enroll my son in this school, will he be in a segregated school, yes or no? And the guy said, absolutely. She had him. I've seen it 1,000 times since. And she went back, and her encounter was part of a report that gave Marian Wright Edelman the ammunition she needed to keep working to force the Nixon administration to take those tax exemptions away and give our kids access to an equal education. Then she went down to South Texas, where she met She met one of the nicest fellows I ever met, the wonderful union leader Franklin Garcia, and he helped her register Mexican-American voters. I think some of them are still around to vote for her in 2016. And then, in our last year in law school, Hillary kept up this work. She went to South Carolina to see why so many young African-American boys, I mean young teenagers, were being jailed for years with adults in men's prisons. And she filed a report on that, which led to some changes too. Always making things better. Now, meanwhile, let's get back to business. I was trying to convince her to marry me. I first proposed to her on a trip to Great Britain, the first time she'd ever been overseas, and we were on the shoreline of this wonderful little lake, Lake Innerday. I asked her to marry me, and she said, I can't do it. So in 1974, I went home to teach in the law school, and Hillary moved to Massachusetts to keep working on children's issues. This time, trying to figure out why so many kids counted in the census weren't enrolled in school. She found one of them sitting alone on her porch in a wheelchair. Once more, she filed a report about these kids, and that helped influence ultimately the Congress to adopt the proposition that children with disabilities, physical or otherwise, should have equal access to public education. You saw the results of that last night when Anastasia Somoza talked. She never made fun of people with disabilities. She tried to empower them based on their abilities. Meanwhile, I was still trying to get her to marry me. So the second time I asked, I tried a different tack. I said, I really want you to marry me, but you shouldn't do it. She smiled and looked at me like, what is this boy up to? She said, that is not a very good sales pitch. I said, I know, but it's true. And I meant it. It was true. I said, I know most of the young Democrats our age who want to go into politics. They mean well and they speak well, but none of them is as good as you are at actually doing things to make positive changes in people's lives. So I suggested she go home to Illinois or move to New York and look for a chance to run for office. She just laughed and said, are you out of your mind? Nobody would ever vote for me. So I finally got her to come visit me in Arkansas. And when she did, the people at the law school were so impressed, they offered her a teaching position. And she decided to take a huge chance. She moved to a strange place, more rural, more culturally conservative than any place she'd ever been, where she knew good and well people would wonder what in the world she was like and whether they could or should accept her. Didn't take them long to find out what she was like. She loved her teaching, and she got frustrated when one of her students said, well, what do you expect? I'm just from Arkansas. She said, don't tell me that. You're as smart as anybody. You just got to believe in yourself and work for it and set high goals. She believed that anybody could make it. She also started the first legal aid clinic in Northwest Arkansas, providing legal aid services to poor people who couldn't pay for them. One day, I was driving her to the airport to fly back to Chicago when we passed this little brick house that had a for sale sign on it. And she said, boy, that's a pretty house. It had 1,100 square feet. an attic fan and no air conditioner in hot Arkansas, and a screened-in porch. Hillary commented on what a uniquely designed and beautiful house it was. So I took a big chance. I bought the house. My mortgage was $175 a month. When she came back, I picked her up and I said, "You remember that house you liked?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "While you were gone, I bought it. You have to marry me now." The third time was the charm. We were married. We were married in that little house on October 11th, 1975. I married my best friend. I was still in awe after more than 4 years of being around her at how smart and strong and loving and caring she was. And I really hoped that her choosing me and rejecting my advice to pursue her own career was a decision she would never regret. A little over a year later, we moved to Little Rock when I became Attorney General, and she joined the oldest law firm west of the Mississippi. Soon after, she started a group called the Arkansas Advocates for Families and Children. It's a group, as you can hear, is still active today. In 1979, just after I became governor, I asked Hillary to chair a rural health committee to help expand health care to isolated farm and mountain areas. They recommended to do that partly by deploying trained nurse practitioners in places with no doctors to provide primary care they were trained to provide. It was a big deal then, highly controversial and very important. And I got the feeling that what she did for the rest of her life, she was doing there. She just went out and figured out what needed to be done and what made the most sense and what would help the most people. And then if it was controversial, she just tried to persuade people it's the right thing to do. It wasn't the only big thing that happened that spring. My first year as governor, we found out we were going to be parents. And time passed. On February 27th, 1980, 15 minutes after I got home from the National Governors Conference in Washington, Hillary's water broke, and off we went to the hospital. Chelsea was born just before midnight. And it was the greatest moment of my life. The miracle of a new beginning. The whole filled for me because my own father died before I was born. And the absolute conviction that my daughter had the best mother in the whole world. For the next 17 years, through nursery school, Montessori, kindergarten, through t-ball, softball, soccer, volleyball, and her passion for ballet, through sleepovers, summer camps, family vacations, and Chelsea's own very ambitious excursions, from Halloween parties in the neighborhood to a Viennese waltz gala in the White House. Hillary, first and foremost, was a mother. She became, as she often said, our family's designated worrier, born with an extra responsibility gene. The truth is, we rarely disagreed on parenting, although she did believe that I had gone a little over the top when I took a couple of days off with Chelsea to watch all 6 Police Academy movies back to back. When Chelsea was 9 months old, I was defeated for re-election in the Reagan landslide. And I became overnight, I think, youngest former governor in the history of the country. We only had 2-year terms back then. Hillary was great. Immediately she said, okay, what are we going to do? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a house, you're going to get a job, we're going to enjoy being Chelsea's parents. And if you really want to run again, you got to go out and talk to people, figure out why you lost, tell people you got the message, and show them you still got good ideas. I followed her advice. Within 2 days, we had a house. I soon had a job. We had 2 fabulous years with Chelsea, and in 1982, I became the first governor in the history of our state to be elected, defeated, and elected again. I think my experience is it's a pretty good thing to follow her advice. The rest of the decade sort of flew by as our lives settled into a rhythm of family and work and friends. In 1983, Hillary chaired a committee to recommend new education standards for us as a part of, or in the response to a court order to equalize school funding, and a report by a national expert that said our woefully underfunded schools were the worst in America. Typical Hillary, she held listening tours in all 75 counties with our committee. She came up with really ambitious recommendations. For example, that we be the first school in America, first state in America to require elementary counselors in every school because so many kids were having trouble at home and they needed it. So I called the legislature into session hoping to pass the standards, pass the pay raise for teachers, and raise the sales tax to pay for it all. I knew it would be hard to pass, but it got easier after Hillary testified before the Education Committee, and the chairman, a plain-spoken farmer, said, "Looks to me like we elected the wrong Clinton." Well, at the time I ran for president 9 years later, the same expert who said that we had the worst schools in America said that our state was one of the 2 most improved states in America. And that's because of those standards that Hillary developed. Now, 2 years later, Hillary told me about a preschool program developed in Israel called HIPPY, Home Instruction Program for Preschool Youngsters. The idea was to teach low-income parents, even those that couldn't read, to be their children's first teachers. She said she thought it would work in Arkansas. I said, that's great. What are we going to do about it? She said, oh, I already did. I called the woman who started the program in Israel. She'll be here in about 10 days and help us get started. Next thing you know, I'm being dragged around to all these little preschool graduations. But keep in mind, this was before any state even had universal kindergarten. And I'm being dragged to preschool graduations, watching these poor parents with tears in their eyes because they never thought they'd be able to help their kids learn. Now, 20 years of research has shown how well this program works to improve readiness for school and academic achievement. There are a lot of young adults in America who have no idea Hillary had anything to do with it, who are enjoying better lives because they were in that program. She did all this while being a full-time worker, a mother, and enjoying our life. Why? Well, she's insatiably curious, she's a natural leader, she's a good organizer, and she's the best darn change maker I ever met in my entire life. So, look, this is a really important point. This is a really important point for you to take out of this convention. If you believe in making change from the bottom up, if you believe the measure of change is how many people's lives are better, you know it's hard and some people think it's boring. Speeches like this are fun. Actually doing the work is hard. So people say, well, we need to change. She's been around a long time. She sure has. And she's sure been worth every single year she's put into making people's lives better. I I can tell you this. If you were sitting where I'm sitting, and you heard what I have heard at every dinner conversation, every lunch conversation, on every long walk, you would say, this woman has never been satisfied with the status quo in anything. She always wants to move the ball forward. That is just who she is. When I became president, with a commitment to reform health care, Hillary was a natural to head the health care task force. You all know we failed because we couldn't break a Senate filibuster. Hillary immediately went to work on solving the problems the bill sought to address one by one. The most important goal was to get more children with health insurance. In 1997, Congress passed the Children's Health Insurance Program, still an important part of President Obama's Affordable Care Act. It insures more than 8 million kids. There are a lot of other things in that bill that she got done, piece by piece, pushing that rock up the hill. In 1997, she also teamed with the House Minority Leader, Tom DeLay, who maybe disliked me more than any of Newt Gingrich's crowd. They worked on a bill together to increase adoptions of children out of foster care. She wanted to do it because she knew that Tom DeLay, for all of our differences, was an adopted parent, and she honored him for doing that. Now, the bill they worked on, which passed with an overwhelming bipartisan majority, led to a big increase in the adoption of children out of foster care, including non-infant kids and special needs kids. It made life better because she's a change maker. That's what she does. Now, when you're doing all this, real life doesn't stop. 1997 was the year Chelsea finished high school and went to college. We were happy for her, but sad for us to see her go. I'll never forget moving her into her dorm room at Stanford. It would have been a great little reality flick. There I was in a trance, just staring out the window, trying not to cry. And there was Hillary on her hands and knees, desperately looking for one more drawer to put that liner paper in. Finally, Chelsea took charge and told us ever so gently that it was time for us to go. So we closed a big chapter in the most important work of our lives. As you'll see Thursday night when Chelsea speaks, Hillary's done a pretty fine job of being a mother. And as you saw last night, beyond a shadow of a doubt, so has Michelle Obama. Now, fast forward. In 1999, Congressman Charlie Rangel and other New York Democrats urged Hillary to run for the seat of retiring Senator Pat Moynihan. We'd always intended to go to New York after I left office and commute to Arkansas, but this had never occurred to either one of us. Hillary had never run for office before, but she decided to give it a try. She began her campaign the way she always does new things, by listening and learning. And after a tough battle, New York elected her to the seat once held by another outsider, Robert Kennedy. And she didn't let him down. Her early years were dominated by 9/11, by working to fund the recovery, then monitoring the health of and providing compensation to victims and first and second responders. She and Senator Schumer were tireless, and so were our House members. In 2003, partly spurred on by what we were going through, she became the first senator in the history of New York ever to serve on the Armed Services Committee. So she tried to make sure people on the battlefield had proper equipment. She tried to expand, and did expand, health care coverage to reservists and members of the National Guard. She got longer family leave working with Senator Dodd for people caring for wounded service members. And she worked for more extensive care for people with traumatic brain injury. She also served on a special Pentagon commission to propose changes necessary to meet our new security challenges. Newt Gingrich is on that commission. He told me what a good job she'd done. I say that because nobody who has seriously dealt with the men and women in today's military believes they are a disaster. They are a national treasure of all races, all religions, all walks of life. Now, meanwhile, she compiled a really solid record, totally progressive on economic and social issues. She voted for and against some proposed trade deals. She became the de facto economic development officer for the area of New York outside the ambit of New York City. She worked for farmers, for winemakers, for small businesses and manufacturers, for upstate cities and rural areas who needed more ideas and more new investment to create good jobs, something we have to do again in small town and rural America, in neighborhoods that have been left behind in our cities, in Indian country, and yes, in coal country. When she lost a hard-fought contest to President Obama in 2008, she worked for his election hard. But she hesitated to say yes when he asked her to join his cabinet because she so loved being a senator from New York. So, like me in a different context, he had to keep asking. But as we all saw and heard from Madeleine Albright, it was worth the effort and worth the wait. As Secretary of State, she worked hard to get strong sanctions against Iran's nuclear program, and in what the Wall Street Journal, no less, called a half-court shot at the buzzer, she got Russia and China to support them. Her team negotiated the New START treaty with Russia to reduce nuclear weapons and reestablish inspections, and she got enough Republican support to get 2/3 of the Senate the vote necessary to ratify the treaty. She flew all night long from Cambodia to the Middle East to get a ceasefire that would avoid a full-out shooting war between between Hamas and Israel in Gaza, to protect the peace of the region. She backed President Obama's decision to go after Osama bin Laden. She launched a team. This is really important today. She launched a team to fight back against terrorists online and built a new global counterterrorism effort. We've got to win this battle in the mind field. She put climate change at the center of our foreign policy. She negotiated the first agreement ever, where China and India
I've trained more world champs than anyone else in boxing history.
I'm Governor Mike Pence. I am humbled and honored to have the opportunity to run and serve with the next President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. You know, it's a joy to see you today. It's wonderful to be in Pennsylvania. Our nominee and I have been traveling relentlessly since the close of a great and successful Republican National Convention that sent the message to America that America longs to hear. When I got that call just about 2 weeks ago, it was 11 o'clock at night, was in my office, my wife at my side. We had prayed through it. And when Donald Trump called and asked me to serve as his running mate and vice presidential nominee, I answered in a heartbeat, because Donald Trump has a vision to make America great again. I answered the call for 3 reasons, and I'll share them with you briefly before I bring in the main event. Number one, for all of my years in public life as a governor and on Capitol Hill, after 7.5 years of failed leadership that has weakened America's place in the world and stifled our economy, I said yes because Hillary Clinton must never become President of the United States of America. Secondly, I said yes in a heartbeat because I know what strong leadership can mean. Strong, common sense, conservative leadership has changed the trajectory of my state of Indiana. You know, it was about 10 short years ago, Indiana found ourselves kind of nestled in the midst of what the rest of America calls the Rust Belt. We were awash in deficits and debt, with a moribund economy. But then we elected strong, conservative leadership. And in just 10 short years, as I stand before you today, as governor of the state of Indiana, we've been able to demonstrate that you can make record investments in education. You can build the roads and bridges of the crossroads of America. You can expand opportunities for disadvantaged families to choose the school of their choice. You can pass tax cuts every single year and still have the strongest balanced budget of any state in America. That's what strong Republican leadership can give you. And that's exactly what Donald Trump will bring to the White House. And lastly, I said yes because I had the privilege to get to know this good man and his wonderful family. He's a dreamer. He's a builder. He's a fighter. And he's a patriot. And he is a man who will put America first and put America back on top again. So let me say, for a stronger America at home and abroad, for a military that will be able to defend our nation and stand for our allies, to have a commander-in-chief who will name our enemy and marshal the resources to crush them at the source, to restore fiscal sanity to Washington, D.C., to lower taxes for better trade deals and a secure border for the United States of America, for an American energy policy that will end the war on coal once and for all, and for a president who will appoint justices to the Supreme Court who will respect our God-given liberties, the sanctity of life, and our Second Amendment. I give you the next President of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
This is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you. USA. Well, I want to thank. This is incredible. You know, I had a press conference before, and one of the questions was, Mr. Trump, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be campaigning today. You've broken all the rules. What's going on? They're having their convention. Sir, you're not supposed to be campaigning. Well, guess what, folks? We're campaigning, okay? We're campaigning. Because we're going to make America great again, folks. We're going to make America great again. Remember that. And they said the same thing, you know, during the primaries. We had 17 people, very talented people, and they said the same thing. This will never work because Trump comes in, he has these big rallies, and then he leaves. And I'm supposed to have dinner like with two people, spend the entire evening, then go to another two. And they said, well, why do you do that? I said, well, I do it because I can get the rallies. The other people can't get the rallies. It's very simple. It's very simple. But that worked. I have to thank two people that have been unbelievable and great friends. Tom Marino, Congressman. Where's Tom? Get up here, Tom. Get up here. And Lou Barletta. Get up here. Oh, there they are. Lou. All right. They have, like, big fences to cut. Just stay there. Just relax, okay? We all know what you look like. You know. But they have been so great right from the beginning, and I want to thank you both. I want to thank you both. Thank you. I mean it. So it's been an amazing, sit down. Come on. We've got plenty of time, right? We have nothing but time. It's a nice place. This is very nice. First of all, Mike Pence has been amazing. He's been amazing. And you know, one of the reasons, and this is 100%, one of the reasons I chose Mike was because Indiana, under his leadership, has done so well. It's done so incredibly. AAA bond rating. They have really low unemployment, one of the top few states. Everything is good. Even for the veterans, in terms of employment, I think it was 32 or 38. No, that's not the good number. That was when he got into office. And when he left, right now, basically, they were number 2 in the nation. He wants it to be number 1. That's incredible. That's veterans being employed by some of the folks in this room. So that was good. Now, when we won New York, you know, we had these incredible victories. Now, what do I know about politics, right? What do I know? But we do have a lot of common sense, all of us, don't we? We know. We know. We know a lot. We know a lot. When I had a run that was incredible. It started with New York. And you know what's nice? I won New York, Queens, you're right, Queens. He knows. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? But we had this incredible period of time, and we just kept winning. But I went to New York, and we had a massive landslide victory, won just about everything. And in my victory speech, I don't even know why I said it, but I said, and we're going, this is in the middle of Fifth Avenue, okay? We're going to put the miners back to work. I said that. I don't even know why. And by the way, that includes the steel workers, and we're going to take a lot of the regulations off of gas because gas is big and they want to close you down. They want to close the mines down. They've been closing mines down. It's sad. It's sad. But little did I realize that shortly thereafter, I'd go to a place called West Virginia. And did they love Trump? Did you see those numbers? And Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary Clinton, she's really crooked. So Hillary Clinton, thank you. You know what we're going to do even better? We're going to beat her on November 8th. We're going to beat her. Okay? That's even better. Okay? That's what we're going to do. Got to get out there. We got to vote. You got to get out there. We got to get out there. But you remember, so Hillary gave a press conference in an area where coal and the different things that we all love wasn't so important, right? And she figured she'd make the statement and it wouldn't get back to West Virginia. It got back to West Virginia, and it got back to Pennsylvania, and it got back to Ohio, and it got back to a lot of places that she didn't want to hear that message. She said, we're going to put the coal miners and we're going to put the coal mines out of business, okay? No good. And we had an event. It was at a big, massive place. It was beautiful in West Virginia. And the place was packed. It had to be 10,000, 12,000 people. And outside, they had at least double that number. And it was love. And I went and saw some of the miners. And I said, so tell me, would you ever think of like leaving and going to another place and maybe doing something else instead of this? They said, Mr. Trump, and I understand this so well, we love mining. We love doing it. This is our livelihood. Our fathers, our grandfathers, this is what we do. We do it so well. We don't want to do something else. And I said, I love that. I love that. I can understand it, and I love that. Love it. So hang in, because we're going to put you back to work. We're going to put you back. It's going to be a beautiful thing to see, because these are great people. These are amazing people. And so many from this area, but so many from this state. And I went to school in Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. You know, I love Pennsylvania. And we're just going to, you know, when I look around and I see what happened, I didn't need to do this. I had a very nice life. Beautiful family, beautiful business. I built this incredible company, all good stuff. And I just couldn't stand. You look at the Iran deal. You look at so many different. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. Take a look. I'll tell you what. Let's talk. Take a look at the convention that's going on right now. They don't honor. Think of it. They don't honor our police. They don't honor our law enforcement. We started complaining they had no American flags on this massive stage. They had no American flags. They forgot to put up. Now, we had a lot of flags. Somebody said, I can't see you, Mr. Trump. There are too many flags. I said, that's okay. We'll leave it that way. But we had a tremendous success. And we got a bounce that, according to one of the networks, that it was one of the biggest bounces that anyone's seen. Now, a lot of credit for that to my family. My family, Melania and Tiffany and Ivanka and Don and Eric. And they talk about these people. They say stars, stars. I'd rather have those 5 stars, much more so. Those 5 plus 1, by the way. But they did an amazing job. And I have one of the stars with me. Shall I introduce you to Eric? Eric! Eric! Get over here, Eric. Come here.
Wow. Look at this crowd. This is amazing. Well, you know what, guys? I had to come today. I spent so much of my youth in Scranton, in Carbondale, in Waverly. So many of my best friends in the world. I went to boarding school in Pennsylvania for 5 years, and I just love the state. But I know this area as well as anyone, and I just had to be here today. We have so many great friends here, and thank you. And you know, we just came off a convention, and we had the greatest time, and it was such an honor to be up there to talk about my father, and we had the greatest time, and we are so proud of him, and we are going to make America great again. We're going to win this in November, and we are going to make this country great again. Thank you very much, guys.
That's my 6'6" boy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He loves this area. He really did. He loved the school he went to. He went to the Hill School, and he loved it. And he did well. He did well. He's been doing well. I'm very proud of my children. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very proud of my children. So, President Obama today was interviewed on a show. I mean, look, honestly, if he did a great job as president, I don't care. If he's a Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, I don't care. If he did a great job as president, I would be so happy. And so would you. I would be so happy. It hasn't worked out that way, okay? It hasn't worked out that way. We're scoffed at all over the world. We're looked down upon all over the world. We're not respected anymore. We were talking about Putin today. No respect, no like, no nothing. You know, wouldn't it be a great thing if we could actually get along with Russia? Wouldn't that be a good thing? That would be a good thing. Not a bad thing, it would be a good thing. Wouldn't it be a good thing if we could make deals, trade deals with China, that instead of losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year and rebuilding China, the roadways, the airports, you have to see the tunnels, that we did much better than we're doing right now. And you know, I'm a free trader. I'm a free trader. I believe in it. But you need smart people to make great deals. We don't have the right people. We are being ripped off by every single country we do business with on trade. Every single country we do business with. We have people negotiating our deals that are political hacks. And these are deals that are so big. You know, you could take a mid-sized country, and the trade deals are bigger than these massive deals you read about with corporations. You know, you say, oh, massive deals. These are bigger deals. There is no bigger deal than our deals with China on trade. But it's a one-way street. They take their product, they flow it in, and by the way, for you steel workers, they dump more steel in this place because they're going to put you out of business. You're already mostly out of business, but they want to put you out of business. We're going to start making things again, folks. We're going to start making things again. That includes steel, but we're going to start making things again. A friend of mine who's a manufacturer, he's a great manufacturer, and he's not a very political person, which is probably good for him, but he's a great manufacturer. And he calls me up and he goes, you know, it's really sad. I work so hard to get into China. I can't break in. He can't get in. It's so hard. Then he finally gets in, and he has to pay massive taxes on everything. And they want him to open up plants in China. We're not going to let you do this anymore. And I'm not even blaming China. I think they're doing the right thing for them. But they're killing us. They're killing us. And it's not going to happen anymore, folks. Not going to happen anymore. And the problem is, it's a one-way street. We pay tax. They don't take our goods. They make us build like crazy over there. You look at Boeing. They order 300 planes. They end up having to build a massive place over there. They devalue their currency. They're grand masters. They're the greatest in the world, ever. Japan's good. They're all good. We're not good. We don't know what's happening. And it's so easy to stop. Because they send their goods in, and they send them in without tax. And not going to happen. So here's the story. Here's the story. I won the state of Indiana, where I got to know Mike Pence. And one of the reasons I won, well, maybe the biggest reason was Bobby Knight came out and he said, you know, we want Trump, right? Look at her. We want Trump. But Bobby Knight was so great. But one of the big reasons I won Indiana was because Carrier Air Conditioner announced, actually about a year before. But I kept talking about Carrier. I didn't know it was going to be good for me. It turned out to be good for me. Because every time I made a speech in Indiana, I'd have so many of these 1,400 people that got laid off. They were in Carrier for years, some of them 30, 35 years. Good people. And one day, and if I didn't have the cell phones, those cell phones where they take the pictures, it was all over the news. Somebody was taking a picture of this sort of mid-level manager saying, listen, we're going to fire everybody, and we're moving to Mexico. Just another case. But you know what? It's much more effective when you can see it. Let's say that same thing happened, but we didn't have the picture of these people that were devastated. They were devastated. This has been their job for many years, and it's a good job. You know, the jobs we have aren't good jobs anymore. They're bad jobs. And even the opponents say they're bad jobs. So I go to Indiana, and I've been talking about Carrier for a long time, and it got worse and worse. And many other this is just, in all fairness to Carrier, this is just one of hundreds and hundreds of companies that are moving out, in this case going to Mexico. Many of them go to Mexico, but in this case going to Mexico. So they announced they're closing, they're going to fire everybody, and they're going to move to Mexico, they're going to make their air conditioners, they're going to sell them over here, and that's it. Not anymore, folks. Not anymore. Not anymore. So now when that happens, and this can pertain to all of we're going to keep your companies, and we're going to bring a lot of companies back, we're going to bring our jobs back, we're going to bring our coal back, and we're going to have clean coal. It's clean coal, but we're going to have coal. And that gas is going to be just a beautiful thing, okay? Because they want to regulate you right out of business. They want you out. They want to stop that one now. So what happens is this. They think they're going to go make their product, sell it in, everyone's going to be happy. So for years, I've been watching, even before this administration, this beauty of an administration. I've been watching, and I've seen they're always trying to stop people from they're trying to come up with plans, maybe low-interest loans, maybe zero-interest loans. I think they made a couple where they actually had the people, they gave them the money at zero interest or whatever. And then they moved because they forgot to say, you can't move, we're giving you money. This is the people that we have. So here's the story. Here's the story. It's very simple. I'm a free trader. But when trade isn't fair and when things aren't fair and when countries disrespect us, we're going to be very firm, very nice. I get along great with leadership. And I'm not angry at the leadership of Mexico or Japan or Vietnam, new, strong Vietnam, or China. I respect what they're doing. What they've done is fantastic for them. For us, horrible. So what we do is very simple. I've watched for so many years, and it's so basic. Half of the people, and I know a few of the people here, they're great business people, friends of mine. They're friends of mine. They came. There's one right over here. Stand up, Albert. Where the hell are you, Albert? Stand up, Albert. He's a good golfer, but I'm actually a better golfer than him. Right? Okay. But I have a lot of friends in the room. Great friends. But here's what we're going to do. They're going to make their product. Now, here's what they want to do. They want to make their product, send it in, sell the product in Indiana and every other place like nothing happened. There's going to be consequences now. So we tell them, now, if you get to them early enough before they build their plant, you say, listen, we're really happy that you're moving to Mexico. We think it's wonderful. Very hot, but we think it's wonderful. But here's the story. If you're going to move to Mexico, every single time you make an air conditioning unit, we're going to charge you a 35% tax. Okay? Every time. We're not going to give you money. We're not going to loan you money that you don't need. These companies, they don't need money. They got plenty of money. This has nothing to do with loans. This has nothing to do with anything. So all these incentives that our government, which is complicated, you know, loaning money and giving money and doing tax abatements, very simple. And I guarantee you, and I always joke, it's so much fun for me. You know, I love business. I just love it. And I have an instinct for it. I built an unbelievable company, like some of the greatest assets in the world. Some of the greatest assets in the world. Like, incredible. And I like it. The only problem is, as president, I probably shouldn't be making the call, right? I joke about this, but true. I shouldn't be calling the head of an air conditioning company, right? But I got to do it. It's so easy. It's like 3 minutes. My wife would say, you shouldn't be calling the head of Carrier Air Conditioning. I say, but honey, I'm telling you, it's so easy. Because I have some of the greatest business leaders in the world endorse me. Carl Icahn, great business leader. So many others. And the reason is because they know I know what I'm doing. So what happens is this. I got a call. Okay, the worst, I'll have one of my killers call, all right? One of the people that you wouldn't like very much, but who cares? You wouldn't want them out for dinner. Some are actually nice, but most are rather ruthless and vicious. But that's what I want negotiating. I don't want our political hacks negotiating, right? I want these guys. So, but a few I have to do myself because it's fun. So we call him. And he'll go, yes, Mr. President, it's a great honor to talk to you. Great honor to talk to you also. Listen, you're moving. I understand you're leaving. You're going from Indiana to Mexico, right? Yes. Well, I hope you change your mind. Well, sir, we won't. Now, you have to understand, I will be hit by every lobbyist and every special interest group in America in order to not make the call, in order to let the deal die, like Hillary Rodham Clinton. Hillary Rodham Clinton. So, don't say. Crooked Hillary. So look, here's the story. So, normally a politician, so they're going to be calling, right? They'll call and they'll talk and they'll say, you know, this and that. And they'll say, Madam President. Oh, I don't want to hear that. I do want to hear it eventually because I want to see a woman become president, but it can't be her. She's a disaster. She's a disaster. She'll set you back a long way, women, if that happens. It'll be a long way before it happens again. You better be careful what you wish for. So here's the story. They'd say to Hillary, they'd say, you can't do that. They gave you $2 million, or you can't do that. Your lobbyist paid you a fortune and raised millions of dollars, or you're special. She'll go, you're right, I can't really do that. That's the end of it. Okay, that's the end. So they move to Mexico. They'll sell their goods. We have our 1,400 people unemployed, and I'm talking about times thousands of jobs, millions of jobs. Now, here's the difference. Me, they call, I don't care. Who is it? I know half of these guys anyway. I don't care. What do I want to take his call for? Okay? Does nothing for me. You know, I spent $60 million so far on my campaign, right? 60. And I'm spending last month, I guess it was, somebody said, I thought it was $2 million, and they said it was $3.8 million. It's really good when you don't know that it's 3.8, right? No, I thought I put up 2. It was a matching something, and they said, oh, would you put up $2 million? It was actually 3.8 million. And I said to myself, you know, it's great when you can put up 3.8 million instead of 2 million, you don't care. It's the way it is. I don't care. And I'm continuing, but I'm raising a lot of money. We're raising a lot of money for the Republican Party, and it's coming in big league, and it's coming in small doses, and that's something no other Republican is going to be able to do. Mike Pence was just saying, it's an amazing thing. We raised like $27 million for a partial month last month, and we're doing equally well this month. And I think the average cost was like $61 or $64, something like that. And that doesn't happen. That happens for Bernie Sanders because it's a different kind of mentality and thinking. And by the way, poor Bernie. Poor Bernie. He just wants to go home and go to sleep. Please. No. He wants to go to sleep. Who can blame him? Who can blame him? Who can blame him? He wants to go home. Did you see he left very early last night? He's exhausted. But we're going to get the Bernie people, a lot of them, a lot more than people think, because I know the trade. He was right about one thing, trade. He said we're being screwed on trade, and he's right. He's right. What's happening with trade is right, and we'll talk about it a little bit more. Then we're going to talk about the border. We're going to talk about our depleted mineral, little things. But look, Bernie really hurt his legacy. Because if he would have gone all the way, and if they would have had some kind of a march, and then he goes back to being the senator, I think it's a lot better than the way he sold out to Hillary Clinton. He sold out. He sold out. I mean, other than trade, and the problem is he knows trade's no good. The difference is I'll do something about it, big league. Because I like the trade, but we got to make great deals. Somebody said to me, well, are you a free trader? Yeah. Are you a fair trader? Yeah. I'm everything. I could name 10 different forms of trade. I know every one of them. Hey, the Wharton School of Finance right here in this great state, right? But the best school, number one, best school. Okay. So here's the story. So I can name all of them. So one of these characters back here, look at all of them. You know, for a group of people that said, why are you campaigning? Boy, do we have a lot of people back there. You know what? For a group of people that asked me this morning, sir, this isn't traditional that you would be out on the stump. Why are you campaigning? Man, a hell of a lot of people showed up for this, didn't they? Look at them. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Isn't it unbelievable? By the way, I have to tell you, they are the most dishonest human beings you'll ever meet. I really mean it. The most dishonest human beings you will ever meet. Sure. It's true. Especially if you're like a Republican or conservative, forget it. These are really bad people. Now, 25% of them are fine. 50% are not great. And 25% are among the worst people you will ever encounter in your life. It's true. They lie. They lie. They lie. You know the story where they never show the size of the crowds. They never do it. They never do it. Unless they're protesting. You know, I don't have protesters. People are so in love. I always say the safest place you can be is at a Trump rally. It's the safest place. The safest place. True. True. So we're going to bring it all back. It's going to all come back. It's going to come back bigger and better than you've ever seen it before. You're going to have jobs flowing in, believe me. You're going to have the carriers of the world say, I think I'm not going to leave because now we're playing with a different kind of mentality. They're not going to leave because they're going to say we're not leaving. Now, if they want to go to another state or that's different, you got to all sort of negotiate with each other. Good luck, folks. Good luck, our congressmen. Good luck. But you know, when they start leaving our country for another country because we're the stupid people, that's not going to happen, okay? That's just not going to happen. So if you look at what's going on right now in a place not so far away, a place that I happen to love called Philadelphia, I love it. You've got people that are fighting and trying to make their point. And they don't know what's happening. Because remember when I ran and everybody said, well, Trump won, beat like all of these people, all these professional politicians, and some very good people like Ben Carson, who's great, he endorsed me, great people. But very capable people. And I wrote it down. They have these signs, okay? They haven't mentioned ISIS. They don't want to mention it. Why? Because they created it. So they don't mention ISIS. I told you before, they don't mention our police or our law enforcement, and they wouldn't have those doors open for 2 minutes if it weren't for the police. They wouldn't have them open for 2 minutes. Right? They wouldn't have them open. Their new name, which is the joke of all time, is that Crooked Hillary is a change maker. Do you see, change maker? You know, they probably paid $2 million for the guy who came up with that slogan. And I came up with Crooked Hillary all by myself. Zero, no money. But change maker, she's a change maker. So she's been doing this for like 30 years plus. And she's going to be a change maker, right? She's not going to change because the special interests and her lobbyists will never, ever, ever let her change. Believe me, they will never let her change, even if she wanted to, and she doesn't want to. Okay? Look at TPP. So TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, right? A horrible deal that she was totally in favor of. She said it was the gold standard not long ago. It's the gold standard of trade deals. Well, remember this. The worst deal ever signed from an economic standpoint in the history of our country, right? NAFTA. Signed by who? Bill Clinton. Who, by the way, gave a speech last night, but he didn't mention my favorite chapter. He left one chapter out. Oh. Man, I met a girl. You know, it's funny. When he started the speech last night, he said, I met a girl. And I said, that's politically incorrect. What he said. And I saw Rachel Maddow give him hell over that. It's not girl. But he said, I met a girl. And a lot of people thought that was nice. But I said, watch. And Rachel Maddow knocked the hell out of him because he said he met a girl. Because it's supposed to be, I met a woman. I met a woman. I don't know. Maybe we'll fight for him on that one, right? And didn't he say, I then grabbed her? And I said, boy, this is getting a little crazy now. What's going on, right? I grabbed her. And then when he said that, I knew that my favorite chapter would happen. And it didn't happen. He didn't talk about the kinds of things we want to hear about. So what are you going to do? But he's in there pitching, right? He's in there pitching. So look, here's the story. They call her a change maker. She's not a change maker. She's not a change. She wants to keep it just the way it is because it's a rigged system. She was very, very disloyal. Now, the last person that I like is Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Okay? This person is a disaster. And she has been for a long time. We'll take our Reince Priebus any day, right? We'll take. Reince is a great guy, and he's done a great job, and we had a great, great convention. And I'll tell you what, Cleveland did a fantastic job. They did a fantastic job. But think of how disloyal Hillary Clinton was to Debbie. Think of it. This was her crooked person. This was her dishonest person. This was her person that was rigging the system for her. She rigged the system. Carson never had a chance. His people never had a chance. I knew that. I was saying, I'm the one that came up with the term rigged system. And I said it a year and a half ago pertaining to my system. And frankly, had I not won all of these states by massive landslides, I wouldn't be standing here. You'd have some stiff. and there'd be 10 people in the office, you know what? You'd have a different kind of a guy. There'd be about 12 people sitting in the first row. Our 2 congressmen wouldn't be here. They'd say, oh, we don't want to be here. It'd be a whole different thing, and you'd be down 12 points instead of up 7 in the state of Pennsylvania, right? Right? It's the way it is. But here's the thing. I'm a loyal person. When Corey had a problem, I was loyal. I stuck with him. Everyone said Corey should be fired. Why? I looked at a tape. What happened? I'm a loyal person, okay? I'm a loyal person. You got to be loyal to people if they do nothing wrong. Now, in her case, she did a lot wrong, but she did it wrong. You know, she knew. Hillary Clinton knew what she was doing. She knew the system was rigged. And as soon as she got caught, because the emails came out, and as soon as she got caught, Hillary Clinton said, you're fired. Get her out of here. Get her out of here. That's what we have. It's weakness. It's disloyalty. And this woman, she wanted so hard. Remember, she went the other day in front of the Florida delegation. Oh, did they rough her up? But she deserves it. Look, she's a dishonest person. She deserves it. But she rigged the system against Bernie in favor of Hillary. And Hillary dumped her like so fast, like I've never seen before. And that's not what it's about. Loyalty can be a wonderful thing. And in this case, I thought it was incredible what happened. Now, the things that were on those emails were incredible. You talk about race, religion, women. By the way, if I ever said the things that are on those emails, I would have been run out of town, and probably had I gotten the nomination, I would have been forced to come to Scranton, stand right here and say, I'm getting out of the race. They were the worst things. And they're trying to slough them off. They're trying so hard to slough them off. And then I see her campaign manager, I don't know, young guy, nice guy, who knows. And he's on television. And he said that Russia hacked them. Right? No, he said Russia hacked them. I'm trying to figure out, how does he know that, right? So he goes, I think it was one of the Sunday talk shows, right? And he goes, Russia hacked them. And then he goes like, I said, how does he know? He didn't really know. But he said, Russia hacked him. And then he said, Trump. Yeah, Trump. And I'm sitting there watching. I'm saying, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Right? Trump. I wish I had that power. Man, that would be power. So he talks about Russia's hacking. The only thing he didn't say is what was on the emails was a horror. That's what the problem is. What was on the emails was a horror. But I'll never forget it. I'm sitting, I'm watching, falling asleep. He's a boring guy. And he said Russia with emails. Probably was China or somebody else. Might be a 400-pound person sitting in bed. Okay? Might be. Some of the greatest hackers of all time. But he said Russia. And then he said Trump. And it reminded me of John Lovitz. You ever see The Liar? John Lovitz, right? In Saturday Night Live. Yeah, I went to Harvard. Harvard, that's right. I went to Harvard. This was like, yeah, Russia hacked. Yeah, it was Trump. That's Trump. I'm saying, whoa! Right? Now, these are lying, bad people, folks. These are bad people. These are bad people. And they're incompetent people. And we want to turn our country around. We want to make great trade deals. We want to have strong borders. We want to have the wall. We want the wall. We're going to have the wall. Because we're going to stop drugs from pouring into our country and people from pouring into our country. We want the wall. All right, I'll give you a quiz. Do you want the quiz? Who's going to pay for the wall? Who? 100%. 100%. You know, I have these clowns, and you can hold it to them. Honestly, you hold me to it. I have these clowns in the back, these pundits. And they'll say, Mexico's never going to pay for the wall. Mexico. You know how much money they make from us each year? And I'm not including with the drugs. I'm leaving that out. No, I'm not. Which really is a terrible thing, because when I won New Hampshire, the New Hampshire people were unbelievable. My first victory was in New Hampshire. Where by the way, I hear I have a 7-point lead, you know? And if I don't win this state, you'll never be standing up again. That I can do. Right? You better believe it. So I have these politicians, and they're running, and, you know, they're senators. And they say, no, we don't want anything to do with Trump. We don't. It's too controversial. Do you endorse? Well, we support him. Please don't ask me that question. Then the poll comes out where I'm leading that senator or whoever it may be by a hell of a lot. And all of a sudden, we love Mr. Trump. He's great for America. This is what we deal with, folks. Okay, this is what we deal with. But in New Hampshire, I'm got a nice lead, supposedly. I mean, a poll came out 7 points, 8 points, more, something like that. A very good lead. We're doing well. We're doing well in states. And remember this. If a person on the stage with me, and I speak well of all of them now, because it would be nice if the party unified. I don't think it matters from my standpoint of, I really don't. I don't think it matters. But it would be nice. I don't know why, but it would be nice, because we have to win. But I will say this. We open up states, meaning me, meaning you. You know, we're together. I'm a messenger. I'm a messenger. That's all I am. Believe me. Believe me. I'm a messenger. That's what I am. That's what I am. You know, I was using this phrase for the last couple of months, and I use it again. America first. I use another one, but I use another one. I use another one. The forgotten man. Now, I have to add and woman, but there is a old thing going around called the forgotten man. It's the forgotten man and women. We have forgotten men and women who work hard, who are making less money than they made 18 years ago, who are working much harder than they worked 18 years ago, and now they're older, who can't afford their health insurance, who hate looking at what's happening, who can't stand the fact that a priest in France has his throat cut and he lies dying on the ground, and they can't stand the fact that we're letting thousands and thousands and thousands of people pour into our country from areas of the world, and we are going to have problems like you've never seen. I've been very good at prognostication, folks. You see what I've been saying has all come true, pretty much. And Hillary Clinton wants 550% more than Obama of people coming in from that area of the world. We don't have documentation. We don't have paperwork. We don't really know who they are. I've spoken to the best law enforcement people in this country, and they say there is really no way of saying who they are and where they come from, okay? They even stole our passport machine. Did you see that? They stole our passport machine, and they can make passports better than we can make passports, okay? So these people are pouring in, and some of these people are going to cause problems. And with me, we're going to do safe zones. We're going to help people. We're going to get the Gulf states to pay, because I don't want to pay our country. We owe $19 trillion. Going to be $21 trillion very soon. We are going to build safe zones, and we're going to get the Gulf states that we protect. They wouldn't be there. They have nothing but money, and they're going to pay for the safe zones, and we're going to build them in Syria, and we're going to take care of people. But you know what? We're not going to pay for it because we can't pay for it. This isn't 40 years ago. This isn't 20 years ago. This is now. And we're going to make our country so strong. And we're going to renegotiate our military deals. You know, I'm taking a lot of heat where they say, oh, NATO. What he said, all I said is we have many countries. We have 28 countries in NATO, right? There are 5 that are paying their way. The others, because you don't get it straight, they say back there, Donald Trump doesn't like NATO. Well, I think NATO's great. I said it's obsolete. Wolf Blitzer, on CNN, asked me a question. He said, no, he's fine. He said, what do you think of NATO? Now, you have to understand, I've been a businessman, but I have good common sense and I have business instincts. And I said, NATO's obsolete because it's not covering terrorism. And everybody smiled, laughed. They thought it was funny. 3 days later, they're all saying, you know, Trump's right. It's not covering terrorism. And then a few weeks later, check out the Wall Street Journal. A few weeks later, a front page Wall Street Journal. NATO to open up terrorism division. I said, great. And to appoint a great guy as the head, you know, one of their big guys. Who knows? Who knows if he's any good? Who the heck knows? Who knows, Father, if he's any good, right? We need your help, Father. So that was right. And then I said the second thing. So I said it's obsolete, so they'll work on that. Haven't paid, but we have a treaty. I said, yeah, they have a treaty too. They have to pay. We're going to end up in World War III protecting people, and these people can't pay. We're going to protect, and there's an article right here. It says, cover, Trump is right. 5 countries out of 28 are paying their way. So I want them to pay. And here's the story. They will pay if asked by the right person. They'll pay. They'll pay. And Hillary Clinton said, we will protect our allies at all costs. Well, how the hell can you get money if you're going to say that? And we need money. We have massive, massive deficits. We need money. We need money. So it sounds cold. It sounds terrible. And then tonight you'll listen to Obama saying, Donald Trump wants to give up NATO. He doesn't say it right. I want to keep NATO, but I want them to pay. I don't want to be taken advantage of. We don't want to be the stupid people anymore, okay? We don't want to be the stupid people anymore. We're protecting countries that most of the people in this room have never even heard of, and we end up in World War III in a country, you know, just, come on, give me a break. Now, if they live up to their obligations, as they should, and by the way, if they do that, they'll have more spirit in a certain way, okay? But they have to pay. Same thing with Japan and Germany. Can you believe? A lot of people, before I ran, did anybody know that we were protecting and paying for a large portion of the protection of Japan, which sells us cars by the millions, and Germany, and Saudi Arabia, and South Korea? We sort of knew because we have 28,000 soldiers on the border. So I said, here it is. You got to pay. Got to pay. So I talk about Japan. Love Japan. Many friends in Japan. Great country. They sell us cars. I mean, you talk about ripoffs. You want to see a trade imbalance? We sell them wheat. They sell us cars. We sell them beef. And they don't even take the beef because their farmers say, we don't want American beef, right? Even though it's the greatest beef in the world. They don't want it. They don't want it. So we sell them beef. They sell us cars. It's the greatest trade imbalance. You got to see it. It's like the floor is us. The ceiling is Japan. We don't do anything about it. We don't do. But on top of it, we protect Japan. So a general gets on, sent obviously by Obama, and he said, Mr. Trump doesn't understand. He knows nothing about defense. I know more about offense and defense than they will ever understand. Believe me. Believe me. Than they will ever understand. Than they will ever understand. So he said, and this is a general. Now, if he says this number, it's actually lower. He said, doesn't he understand that Japan pays for 50% of its production and of the work we do? Okay? They pay for 50% of the defense that we give them, of the military protection that we give them. So the newspaper calls up and they say, Mr. Trump, sir, they pay for 50% of the military. I say, why aren't they paying for 100% of them? What? I mean, and the reporter goes, oh, never thought of that. They don't think of that stuff. And Germany, who has a Mercedes? Half the people in the room, okay. But look, Germany. Now, I don't mind, and I understand all the reasons why, and we don't want them to arm and all of that stuff. But, you know, if the man we know so well, who's always threatening everybody in the region, North Korea, if he all of a sudden gets a little more frisky than just words, we end up in a massive war protecting somebody. Now, here's our treaty with Japan. Again, I love Japan. I respect Japan. I respect what they've been able to negotiate. I think it's great. But here's our treaty with Japan. If they get attacked, we have to protect them, essentially World War III, right? If we get attacked, they don't have to do anything. Okay? They don't have to do anything. No good, no good. Then they'll say, Donald Trump, you'll hear it tonight. They have all these guys lined up. Donald Trump doesn't know about, I know so much. Now, if we... And I actually saw it today on television. I saw a couple of people. They called me. One guy calls me. He's a teacher at a big college. Could I come up to your office with my students? I said, oh, this is just what I want. Oh, I'm so busy. He comes up. I treated him nice a while ago. Comes up, treated him nice, take pictures with all these students. Say, yeah, goes back. Then I see him on television. I know nothing about, because I cannot tie the fact that they're not paying into this. Why? Why? Am I right? I mean, give me a break. So people agree with me, but they don't tell you the story. A lot of them said, headlines, Donald Trump doesn't like NATO. He wants to get out of NATO. They don't say what we're talking about. So when they hear what they're talking about, everybody says, you're right. So right now, headline in a major newspaper 2 days ago, 5 countries out of 28 are paying their way. The rest of them aren't. Some are paying nothing. Because there's nobody to ask them. There's nobody to ask them. So we're not going to be the stupid country anymore. We're not going to be led by stupid people anymore. And we're going to do such... I mean, think of this. I had a moment where I said, we're going to renegotiate NAFTA. Everyone said, oh, that's terrible. What's wrong with renegotiating, right? We're going to renegotiate the NAFTA deal. It's draining our jobs, all this stuff. Everyone said, oh, Donald Trump wants to renegotiate. He's against free trade. I just want good deals. That's all I want. But all I want is good deals. Call them whatever you want, right? But it was a big story. Donald Trump is going to renegotiate NAFTA. Isn't that terrible? I said, let me ask you a question. So I'm a good negotiator. So we get in the room with these folks. I tell them pretty tough stories because I mean it. Because you always have to be prepared to walk. You have to be. You cannot go into a negotiation unless you're prepared to walk. I'm prepared to walk from a bad deal. It's a bad deal anyway. So I'm prepared. You guys, I guarantee, are prepared to walk. You've lost half of your businesses. I mean, I'm not going to go into it, but I look at Scranton. Pennsylvania has lost 1 in 3 manufacturing jobs, right? Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. Scranton has lost 43% of its manufacturing jobs since Bill Clinton signed NAFTA. This is just 43% of your manufacturing jobs. So I don't think you'll be hard to convince. I mean, you're smart people. But look, why would anybody be upset if I want to negotiate deals, make them better? Why would anybody care? So I say I want to renegotiate NAFTA. And the newspapers, only the newspapers, they say, that's terrible. And I'm trying to figure out why. They have the National Review and some of these conservative groups. He wants to renegotiate these deals. We're losing a fortune on these deals. So if I negotiate these deals and I make them from bad deals to good deals and maybe even great deals, why would anybody be upset? They're upset about it. I don't get it, but I don't care because I'll do it. Okay, I'm going to do it. But nobody understands. Now, today or yesterday, Hillary Clinton said, first time ever in her life, right? I am going to renegotiate trade deals. Not one mention of my name in the article. Not one mention. Not one mention. TPP, gold standard, right? She had the gold standard. She then saw me on television knocking the hell out of it because they don't talk about currency manipulation and devaluation. They don't talk about many of the problems. Plus, you know what? I want to make a deal, not a massive number of countries. I want to make a deal one-on-one, individual countries. Nice and simple, nice and simple. Nice and simple. 1, 2, 3. You we don't like, you're bad. 4, 5, no good. 6. These deals are so complicated. So it's a 5,000-page document. that the only people in Congress that read are our 2 congressmen, and I promise you they didn't read them either, okay? Don't worry. So, this is a 5,000-page document that nobody read. Remember Obamacare? Remember when Obama came out, it was thousands of pages, and they went to Congress and nobody read it? And then you had the wise guy from one of the good schools, and he said it was a con job. He said it was a con job, and everybody was going to just go after that guy. And you know what happens? A couple of weeks go by, they forget. But I remember, and I will bring it up. Remember the guy? He said that Obamacare was a con job. Remember that? It was all a big con. And 2 weeks go by, and they sort of fades. Then 4 weeks go by, it's over. But it's not over with me. So here's the thing. I want to do individual countries, because what happens is when you do a lot of countries, number one, too complicated. You got to see the lines on this thing. I looked at it. 5,000 pages. You got to see the lines. It's here, here, here. It's like the craziest thing. Impossible. And if one of the countries is bad, you can't get out because it's such a complicated web. I want to make trade deals with individual countries, nice and simple, nice and beautiful. Nice and beautiful. And if the country misbehaves or takes advantage of us like they always do, we just send them a notice. Sorry, here's your 25-day notice. Okay, we're breaking off trade. And you know what they'll do? They'll call up and say, what do we have to do to keep it going? Okay, and we'll make a better deal. It's what we do. So look, folks, we are going to make this country so strong again. We're going to build up our military. It's totally depleted. We're going to build the wall. We're going to take care of our veterans. Our veterans are our great people. We're going to take care of our veterans. We're going to take care of our vets. They've been forgotten. So many people have been forgotten. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just ask you this one thing. I didn't need this, and neither do you, sitting in this room that's about 200 degrees, okay? The only good thing is you lose a lot of weight. But look, what I ask you is this. You have to go November 8th, and you have to vote, or we've just all wasted our time. This is a movement, but it's only really a movement if we win. I tell the story a lot about people that tell me what you've done has never been done in politics before and all that stuff. I said, no, it doesn't mean anything. If I knew that I wasn't going to win, I wouldn't even waste my time doing it. I wouldn't waste my time. They said, no. In terms of history, what you've done has never been done. I said, it doesn't mean a thing unless we win. Okay? It doesn't mean a thing. Because we can't do what we're going to do. And it's so simple. We're going to make things fair. We're going to make things fair. So I only ask you one thing. Get every person you know. We have to win the state of Pennsylvania. And I can't believe she has many fans here. I can't believe she has many fans here. I don't believe she has many fans here. And the miners and the steel workers and the executives and the professors, we've got them all. We have to get out there. We have to vote. We can't sit back. Because this is a really vital state. And you're going to see, because she's got $1 billion to blow, and she'll put in these crazy ads, much of which is wrong. I'd go into it, but I don't want to even bother, but they're wrong. They're false. But she's going to put on all these ads. And you know what? They're false ads. Thank you, darling. I love you, too. Look at her. I love that one. But look. Thank you. She's going to put ads. You know, when I was running in Florida, I won in a landslide. I went through 2 weeks of ads. I was down there. I said, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. You couldn't see. I was dying to see an Ivory soap ad. But there wasn't, because Trump was all negative ads, and I won in a massive landslide. So somehow people understand the truth, because they're really phony ads and false ads and vicious. But here's the story. Come November 8th, you have to get out and vote, because it is a movement. And it's a movement like nobody's seen. They're talking about it all over the world. We're on the cover of Time magazine every 2 hours. Many covers on Time magazine because of what's happened. And, you know, my whole life, I've been on Time magazine, I think, a couple of times. My whole life. Not so bad. And the last number of months, I think it's 6 or 7 times, right? That's pretty good. So you tell me, what's more important, real estate or politics, right? But what really is more important is making America great again. And that's what we're going to do. I love you. Thank you very much. Get out and vote November 8th. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope to see you guys later on today. Pence is going to have a rally at 4 p.m. That's Pacific. And Trump is going to have a rally at 5 p.m. So I'm hoping that Mike Pence does the rally earlier so we can catch some of it. And then we'll do Trump right after that. If you are new to our stream, please hit that subscribe button or hook us up with a like. Follow us on Twitter, and also hook us up with a like on Facebook. There, we have a community page on there, so make sure you pass by there and hook us up with a like. Thank you very much for everyone that stood by us when our stupid encoder crashed. It's been doing that, and I'm trying to fix it so it won't happen again. Hope to see you guys next time or later on. Until then.
the Democratic National Convention. Live coverage starts today at 4 on CNN.
American descent, it is extremely offensive to call all of them rapists and drug dealers, when every single one of them that I know are none of those. There's no reason, in my opinion, to put up a wall. That is just complete stupid rhetoric. And whether or not Donald Trump actually is a racist or not, who knows? But what he says is racist. And what he says incites violence in people. So Thomas, I am going to end discussing with you because you obviously have no clue about what facts are. And you have apparently no ability whatsoever to go back and watch any Trump interview or any Trump statement, or go through and read any tweet from Donald Trump. He refers to Elizabeth Warren as Pocahontas because she has a small percentage of Native Americans. That is racism. Using an insult to attack somebody's race. That is racism. It's the other day. Yes, the Democrats do also incite racism. Look at Hillary Clinton. She's a cold-blooded. When African Americans and whites and Bernie Sanders were rallying on the that civil rights aggression.
Alright guys, let me know if you guys can hear me. Please press 1 if you can hear me. I got a new microphone and I'm just testing it out to make it sound a lot better. If you just joined us, please press 1 if you can hear me, and let me know if it's too low, too high, or whatever. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulties with our encoder, but we're trying to fix it. Alright, so the rally is set to start in around half an hour. So in half an hour, we will have Mike Pence speak at his first, I think it's his second rally now. And we have a Donald Trump rally later on. Right after this one.
got an action setting up here.
First Commandment, love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, strength, and soul. And love your neighbor as yourself. Are you a Christian? Get out of my way, sir. I'm not here for you. I'm here for the lost sinners. I did not come for the righteous. I came for sinners to the best. Like this really weird guy in front of me. This weird, drunken pervert. The most drunken ignorant people are laughing about it, but on Judgment Day, you won't be laughing. The Bible says every sinner...
Looks like there's a couple actions setting up.
Before a holy God, it's a serious thing. Every sinner will be ashamed of every time they got drunk. Every sinner will be ashamed of every time they played the whoremonger or the whore. The Bible says you'll give an account for every word you speak. Every Muslim will be condemned by Jesus Christ. Every Muslim will be thrown into hell by Jesus Christ. That's what the Bible says. You Muslims need to repent and believe the Lord and King of the Bible. Your Quran is wicked. Your Quran teaches people to murder people. Your Quran teaches people to blow people up. Your Quran
Working on it. Thank you for the support.
How could you believe in religion, Muslims?
Share this stream.
We all know that's inherently wrong. And every time somebody says a law, we all look around wondering if somebody has a sword or a bomb. A sword or a bomb. A sword or a bomb. And all you immodest, ungodly women, you should check out the mortality report from the First Massacre. Yes, if there's any wicked Muslims taking those women, they put knives and shove them in their vaginas and cut them internally and disembowel them. That's the love of Islam. And then the love of Islam cut the gonads off the men after they tortured them and shoved the nuts inside their mouth. That is the love of Islam. The love of Islam wants to overtake you infidels. The love of Islam wants to shove gonads in your mouth after they disembowel you. That is the loving, tolerant religion of Islam. But you people are so blind and so
Oh my, what's this?
that you will not see the truth. You will not see the truth of what the Bible says and the evil that the Quran says. God commands all men everywhere to repent and turn from their wicked ways. Jesus Christ wants to free you. Jesus Christ wants to set you sinners free. That's the issue. Every Muslim can be set free from his wicked religion. Every wicked sinner can have What in the world is that? What in the world, perverted world, is that? Is that, let me guess, does it start with a G? You don't have any idea what starts the big dragon that starts with a G? Oh my. Is that a gargoyle? Is that a child of the devil? Excuse me, lady. Excuse me, lady. Excuse me, lady. Does that start with a G? What is it? Somebody tell me what that thing is. Is that a gargoyle? Somebody give it to me. Give me a hint. Some Japanese dragon, I think. God bless you, sir. It's a Trump-hating dragon. It's a Trump-hating dragon. Where's the love for Trump? Where is the love for Trump, you wicked dragon? You should be ashamed of yourself. Are you going to blow up the Trump Tower like the Muslims blew up the two towers? The homo says. Hey man, what are you doing? Why are you shoving me, man? Why are you shoving me? You're a violent homo. You're a violent homo. I want that guy charged with an incident report. I want that guy's name. Give me that homo's name, sir. I want an incident report on that guy, please. He has assaulted me. Not to do anything, sir. So what he did.
Yeah! We love Jesus Christ!
Okay, let's see. What is your name, you beast? What is your name, you beast? You Trump destroyer? What's your name? Oh, no. A baby bottle crush. She gave the Trump tellers a baby bottle crush. That's disgusting. See how bad you made yourself, woman? You absolutely destroyed the image that God made you in. This is what your demon crowd do. This is what your wicked, filthy sinners do. Shame on you. It's disgusting. God forbid. Look at her. What a beast. What a creature of the devil. But excuse me, not a creature. She was created by God, but she's now, look at her. Oh, man, that's gross. Lady, put your baby bottles away. Use them for the right purpose. There's Hillary. Yes, crush Hillary. Yeah, eat Hillary. Hillary. Yeah, destroy her. Oh, she's a cannibal. She's a cannibal, too. Can you believe it? You need Jesus, you beast. You're a brute beast. The Bible talks about you in 2 Peter. You're a brute beast. You're teaching false doctrine. Shame on you. Uh-oh, who's that? Is that Hillary? Is that Hillary or Hillary? Oh, that's girl. Please. Gee whiz. Come on, lady. Somebody get a screen of it. Somebody this up. Somebody get a That's horrible. Aren't you going to arrest that woman for indecent? Oh, media guy. Let's get a grip on the police over here. Let's see what the police that woman, horrible. Turn your eyes away, men of God. Turn your eyes away. Turn your eyes away. Ghastly sight. Woman, put your clothes on. The Muslims are coming. Woman, put your clothes on. Don't you know what the Muslims do with a new pig like you? Oh, my. They will slit your throat and roast you like a pig. You're going to get roasted like a pig. And then after the Muslims are, oh, don't sexy harass us, woman. Yeah! You can't sexy harass us like that. Yeah! That's wicked. You need to do your job so you can't sexy harass us like that. That's filthy, disgusting. That's gross. What are you doing with your baby balls away, woman? Shame on you. Shame your armpits for crying out loud. What are you doing? That's horrible. Woman, put some clothes on. Oh, man. Can't be homo no more. Yo! decide for your kids. You're going to give an account for that. You demon crackers in trouble. You truckers looking after yesterday. You'll be sizzling. You'll be roasting. You'll be on
It's the people's weed!
Even the Bud Light guy had to come out here for this. He's like, you know what, I can't miss this.
This, well, these people, excuse me. Can I take your photo? What's your backpack? I got your iPad.
And you wonder why we have such a
Back up. Back up.
Don't touch me.
Well, back up.
I'm backing up. Just don't touch me.
Don't hit me. This is sick.
We're over here with the religious extremists who are spreading hate. There was just a political burlesque routine, and this man seems to be being detained by police officers. I don't know if he's being detained or not. If he's not detained, he should be free to go. Is he being detained? Are you being detained? You're not. If you're not being detained, you're free to go. Did you ask them if you're being detained? If they're not detaining you, you're free to go. Right? Yeah.
my social security card.
Officer number 1447 has zip ties. Officer McBride. Officer number 1447 has the zip ties. This is Officer McBride next to me. What are his charges? Sir, what are his charges? What's your name?
Steve Morale.
Steve Morale.
I just came from back to Butler.
think it's Moral. I'm not sure the last name. Officer 2401 is this one with the orange armband on the left, gun on the right. Officer Lippi, L-I-P-P-I, is the man writing the citation, what looks like a citation. I'll give a recap summary after this is done here. Yes, we do have a green hat here from the National Lawyers Guild. I flagged her over when I saw the man being detained. Zip ties are off. thank you for coming over.
Of course, thanks for chatting with me.
Yeah. So I'm walking back to where the event took place with the volunteer from the National Lawyers Guild. We're so grateful to have him here and be on the lookout. So we were over where the religious extremists were spreading hate speech, and what I think I saw was perhaps this man splash some water on one of the men with the signs that say stuff like "homosex is sin," and I think I saw him splash some water on one of those guys. I don't know what else. And he was zip tied, brought away from this location, cited, and released. And luckily I was over here streaming because there was a political burlesque routine going down. And thank goodness National Lawyers Guild is here. Mad props, mad props, mad props.
You'll do anything your party tells you to do. You'll do anything. Anything so that you can feel cool about yourself. Anything so that you can feel accepted. You guys need to accept the fact that the only reason why you came out here is not to think, not to vote, not to form an opinion, is to get high and get drunk. That's why you're out here today. That's why the Christian community has come out here to tell you that you deserve hell. You deserve to burn in hell forever. Don't point your finger at me, hag. There's a kitchen waiting for you back at your house. That's where you need to go back to. Isn't there some laundry that you could be doing? Don't you have some better clothes to dress yourself in? I mean, I know the minimum wage is pretty low, but I didn't know that it was that low. You know what? I need to talk to your barber. I think he took too much off of your hair. I need to talk to your barber too. I need to talk to your counselor right now. I think you have some mental health issues. You know what the problem with you guys is?
Dude, I just been fan after fan after fan.
You can't fix your problems without Jesus Christ.
What did you just do? What the?
Well, I'm Dangerous Curves, and I just did a burlesque performance that I had developed a few months ago. It's a political message that, like, fuck Trump, I ate him up, but fuck that guy. Also, go fuck Hillary and the Democratic Party, and it's like fascist party that's like paraded as democracy when it really isn't at all. And then in the end, I hold up Jill Stein, who's running for president also, who I really love, and I like kind of measure spoke a little Jill Stein. And in part, I have the message: make out, not war. Perfect. We like vilify sexuality, and these guys are trying to make me feel ashamed. But like, sexuality is not an expression of love and pleasure, and much more like beautiful and accepted than that. Like, why should we not accept pleasure and love? So that's what I'm about. Good.
This nation was built by the founding fathers, who evidently were mostly white men. What's your problem? The problem with you is that you rejected God. You rejected the God who this nation was founded on. And you know what? God is going to reject you. God is going to throw you to hell. Hell, fire, and forever and ever.
Stay here with the stuff. I'm going to take this over to that trash can.
Smile for yourself, for your Facebook, when you're lonely inside. You're so depressed. You're so miserable. That's why you're out here drinking alcoholic drinks. You're out here to drain your misery in social conversation. You're out here to try to convince yourself that you're a good person. When you're not. You are a evil person. You're desperately wicked. You hate God, you hate yourself, and you do not have any friends. You don't have any friends because you and your friends are selfish. You're selfish. All you think about is yourself. You use your friends for yourself. This is sinful. If you were not protecting your so-called friends, you would not hang out with you. Why? Because you're an actor. You're a pretender. You pretend to be happy when you're not. You pretend that the drugs and the alcohol.
Yeah, there's lots of protests everywhere.
They don't. Pretend that having sex with some random person is going to make you happy, but it doesn't. It's not satisfying. You're not satisfying anybody, anything.
So, give you a little recap. Came down here to City Hall. Dangerous Curves right here did a political burlesque routine in front of these religious extremists here. And while doing so, or afterwards, someone, I don't know, maybe he threw a bottle of water or threw water on one of these extremists' face, and the cops nabbed him, zip-tied him, cited him, and then let him go.
A sinner who rejected God. You rejected who God is and what He can do for you.
Yeah, there's lots of people out here. Earlier there were reports of up to 2,000 people at a Black Man for Bernie march. And the cops are laughing and smiling at the religious extremists here. If anybody watching the stream knows about any other activities happening or actions, put it in my chat. We're going to move from this spot. Oh, here comes a rally. I think it's an Ecuador rally.
mud work. Let's talk about the mud work. Muhammad was the first terrorist. And every mud work since Muhammad has been and is a terrorist. The problem with Islam is the religion of terrorism. The problem with Black Lives Matter is that it's basically a terrorist organization. The problem with Muhammad is that
All right, it looks like the religious extremists are leaving the spot where they have been spouting hate speech for quite a while. It's really nice to see them go, and I hope the people who were listening to them were not taking their hate speech to heart, not letting it soak into their soul. So
I'm trying to figure out how to get to the place where they are, which I think is 1301 Cherry Street. Can you try to do it on your phone?
yeah, I'm gonna shut down my stream temporarily, but I will be coming up again.
I hope you liked it.
I'm gonna shut it down for a few minutes, but I'll be back up. Please put in my chat or tweet to me any actions that you know of or places that you'd like me to go to stream. Thanks. Looks like they're staging for EMS over here. Got EMS, ambulances, fire trucks. I am just getting here to the gates. There's a lot of tents here in this park. I see a lot of bodies up ahead. I see a lot of bicycles. Just got to the corner of FDR Park. There's a ton of bicyclists here. This is Patterson and Broad. Police on motorcycles. Yay, food not bombs. Gonna walk the perimeter of the fence. And here is Democracy Spring. So this is Democracy Spring at the gates. Apparently, a group of them got inside and are doing a sit-down. There's a sit-down happening inside. Somehow people got out inside the gates. And you can do that on Democracy Springs Facebook Live. Democracy Spring activists inside, and now they're doing a sit-down.
reception because Fargo Center and all of the four professional teams that play sports in Philadelphia are over here. But it doesn't seem like at least for this one, the T-Mobile will need to fix there. The T-Mobile will need to fix just let me know if you see some corporate news actually walking in here. was a lot, thousands and more thousands. Today is not so much. Today is not so much. So the police are moving in, and the people are sitting down, doing their action. It seems like every time I move around, it seems like every time I'm getting very good signal, and I'm trying to get very good signal to move, but it's not getting anywhere. What is that right there? So, you've seen the distance that's the Wells Fargo Center. That's where they're doing the convention activities. Stopped, he covered his face when I was walking by, when he was walking by, so again, you see the Wells Fargo Center in the distance. That's where the convention is being held. You all in the chat, if you want to know what's happening out here, we'll definitely try to do our best to answer them. Again, my name is Nico. Check out our website. You can like our Ninja. We're 501c3 Educational Media Collective. We do good shit. And we're all volunteers, so if you like our stuff, a little bit of money would help us out. You got us here out to Philly, and you can get us to the next spot. Without you, we wouldn't be able to cover what we do. So we thank you so much for that. Stage. A lot of people congregating themselves, talking about the next day. And right now you can find it on the interwebs. Look for it yourself. I don't know this. Oh, actually, I'm on. You know what? Gary, I believe, there was a link in there. It might be in the last video, unfortunately, or that chat. It might be in that last chat. But totally fabricating the sense that I do because of you, Gary, so thank you so much. Oh, Gary, so you can go to unicornride.ninja, and you go to support our work. If you go to support our work tab, you'll find some options. You could be basically a monthly subscriber, help us with monthly micro donations. You can help us with a big donation. Anything you donate is tax deductible. Goes straight to the collective, not our pockets. We use it for data plans, we use it for equipment, and we use it for travel funds to cover situations like this. Again, we are a 501c3 educational nonprofit, so yeah, anything that is donated is tax deductible. So yeah, thank you so much for even asking. It's really nice thoughts of you. Yeah, and so sorry about the quality out here. It seems there's just not much connection. This is a good phone, a good piece of equipment that we've been able to catch a lot of really good streams from, but right now in this area that we're at, it's not very good. Thank you, Gary, for the link again. If you want to watch, I believe people are getting arrested at the moment, or about to get arrested. I believe they walked into the gate or went through the first gates of the Democratic National Convention. It's part of a group called Democracy Spring, and they have fake credentials, possibly, is what I heard. And they then sat down in front of one of the entrances to stop the barricades from getting out or to just protest. I'm not specifically sure on the specific reasons around it, but it was definitely a show of defiance and civil disobedience. Yeah, honestly, we do have a Facebook now. We have a Facebook. We talked about it for a long time as a collective. We weren't going to do it. We just started with the Vimeo, Twitter, and our website. And now we've expanded a little bit. We went to YouTube so we can get some of the 360 or the virtual reality videos up. So if you go to YouTube, we do have some content on there. It's just not pushed in automatically. You see the shoes right here. This person has some lighting up shoes. Light them up again! Got some gold.
So I'm going to skip back so I could give you a little summary of what's going on here.
That are lighting up. That's amazing.
So we're on the perimeters of the Wells Fargo Center. This is largely a rally right here, led by Democracy Spring.
Oh, tell me about it.
There may be 4 cops in the very back corner here. But other than that, there's just this free rally. However, other activists associated with Democracy Spring, apparently they took Uber rides into the Wells Fargo Center. This is what someone told me, and then they got out and did a sit-down. So if you go to Facebook, to the Democracy Spring Facebook Live account, you should be able to see their stream. They're doing a sit-down inside the fence. And right here outside the fence is a rally. I'm not sure if there are any other actions around the perimeter or if there are any other sit-downs or blockades, but if anybody on chat knows and wants to give me that information, that would be great.
sitting in front of the entrance, and that's who we're going.
Is there any way to get closer to them, or is this the closest? Is there any way to get closer to them, or is this the closest to get to them?
No, this is
Have any?
why we're kind of getting to show.
Have any?
Why we're getting to show support for the policy. And if you go to the Democracy Spring Facebook, and if you go to the Democracy Spring on Facebook, you can find yeah, that's what it is.
Has there been any arrests yet? Has there been any arrests yet?
Sneak up in uniform. We're out here in the gates of the security perimeter of the DNC. Right now, people are gathering as part of Democracy Spring. Democracy Spring is a...
What happened last night? What happened last night?
Groups trying to restore democracy in the United States of America. Now they're doing a direct action as well. This is not a direct action. It looks like we're petering out. So, we might cut back out. Thank you for joining us for the episode.
Is there any agreed upon definition? Is there nonviolence and violence definition of nonviolence and violence within the activism community?
Direct action being filmed live. Yeah, honestly, there's not that many people down there. People have been talking about that. Just doesn't seem like very much.
That's interesting because it doesn't seem like there is. It's interesting because it doesn't seem like there is. It's an interesting definition. It's an interesting definition. Sure.
So they're talking about city in Wells Fargo because there's so much happening beyond this out there in the distance.
Makes sense to you.
So how did the other activists get inside?
We see the police are lining up around there. Even that stream is having difficulties. There's just a lot of people are having difficulty staying up.
Do you know how they got in, but you just don't want to say? Do you know how they got in, but you just don't want to say at this moment?
I don't necessarily. I came from Seattle. I was supporting Seattle, so I didn't. I came from Seattle. So I didn't know.
So it's the issue out here. It's just like people are congregated. So again, you see the walls. Sneak up uniform. We're out here in the gates of the security perimeter.
I'm from Oregon. I came here. I'm from Oregon.
Oh, good for you. Oh, really?
Yeah, I came here from Oregon. Sweet.
Hello, Oregon.
Yes, I'll be up there for the Anarchist Book Festival. Yes, I'll be up there for the Anarchist Book Festival.
So what do you think so far?
Fair.
So what do you think so? I can turn it around.
Well, this is my second time up here. Well, this is my second time up here. At the gate. I expected more blockading, but I haven't been up here in the daytime. Blockading, but I haven't been up here in the daytime. Obviously, there has been some sort of blockading. There has been some sort of blockading every day. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. It's hard to sum up. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. It's hard to sum up.
Well, you know, the reason. Well, I mean, you know, this is because the reason I'm involved in this during DNC week. It's so during to get DNC week. It's so easy to get caught up on corporate media and all that. Are all to have the corporate media narrative. Are all because that's how people get narrative. Because that's how they maintain power. By dividing the other powers. By dividing the other money. They've done an awesome job this week. They're hitting awesome job this week against hitting supporters. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm here to help. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm reframe the narrative so that it's not so much. Just reframe the narrative so that it's Hillary or Hillary versus Trump versus Hillary or Hillary versus Trump. But it's about oligarchy versus democracy. It's about the 1% want to make sure that nobody want to make sure that nobody runs for office president in 2016 state, whether it's president or Congress, what's specific local. They're going to tell us what's specific politics. They're going to get money out of politics. They're going to get money that represents all. Because the corporate media, they're not going to present that. They're the corporate media. They're not going to profit out. They don't care about that. They're profiting from big money. So we're here to make a big time there. So we're here to.
What do you think about? I read a headline that basically quoted Bernie as telling his supporters not to vote Green Party. Did you hear that? What do you think of that?
I understand Bernie's got to do what he's got to do. I mean, assuming he goes back to the Senate, he is going to have a hell of a lot more clout next year than he did a year ago. But if he were to endorse the Green Party, if he were to run as a Green Party candidate, all that would be thrown out the window. So I understand, in order for him to actually be able to have that influence in the Senate, yeah, he's got to kind of play by their rules and still be able to have a working relationship with his colleagues. But the revolution is bigger than Bernie, and the revolution goes on with or without Bernie. Bernie's not the leader of the revolution. He was just a candidate who happened to best align with the goals of the revolution. So I think if you talk to anybody here, most everybody will agree. They're not taking orders from Bernie. They're going to do whatever they feel committed to do. So me personally, I haven't committed my vote one way or the other in November, because November is like 3 months from now. So now is the time while we still have the leverage of our votes to try to make a difference. Because once Hillary or whoever gets elected, we have like zero influence over what they do. They don't give a damn what we say or do after they take office. It's now when they actually need our votes. That's when we actually could use that as leverage.
What do you think about Bernie being an independent like all his life until he decided to run for president and switching to a Democrat? What do you think about that?
I think he did what he felt like he had to do as a calculated strategic move. And I remember he said very clearly when he got into the race as a Democrat that he refused to play the role of the Ralph Nader spoiler in this election. He refused to be the reason that Donald Trump would get elected. So I respect him for that choice. I may vote Green, I may vote for Hillary, I don't know. I'm uncommitted at this point. And to me, strategically, if you want to be pragmatic about it, I think whether you're a Hillary supporter or a Bernie supporter or Trump supporter, I think the best thing to do is withhold your votes and say, election is 3 months from now. Nobody gets our vote until they tell us what they're going to do to get big money out of politics and fix this broken.
So I just heard arrests are happening right now.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, thank you for your commentary.
Yeah, and I support, please support those people who offer themselves up to get arrested, specifically to raise awareness about this problem, because big money in politics and voter involved. Keep up the great work.
Okay, thank you in chat for letting me know that arrests have started. I appreciate the information. Let's see if we can get an update over here.
If anyone hasn't checked it out, we are still sitting in at the DNC on Facebook, Democracy Spring, hashtag Democracy Spring.
Get in there and tell them.
I heard arrests have started. Is that true?
From what we can see on the live stream, arrests are underway.
How many have been arrested?
Keep an eye on the Facebook page and the Twitter feed. We'll have a press release on the number.
You can't tell us now from the live stream?
I saw 3 over by Uber being carried out and the zip ties and everything. So at least 3.
Okay, at least, well, yeah.
Brenda,
Definitely more than 3.
how many of you heard?
There he is.
More than 3.
So this organizer for Democracy Spring wants us to wait for the press release to know how many are getting arrested. I kind of want to know now. So if anyone on live stream could let me know how many are arrested now, that would be awesome. Fellow live streamer just announced that he heard 3 were arrested so far.
If it helps, I can throw in that we sent in a team of about 60 people. In terms of how many will actually be arrested, that's why we're saying wait for the press release, we just don't know. So we have to wait and see who's detained, who's arrested.
Yeah, I'm just wondering in real time how many are being arrested. Well, I'm live streaming, so I can't watch the stream while I'm streaming. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. About 6 have been arrested so far. At least 10 so far arrested now. Thank you for marrying me on YouTube. Thank you for letting me know how many are arrested. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win. Thank you for sitting in your sacrifice will help us win.
And all the meters after them on the
Mic check. Mic check.
Oh, yeah?
Water ice. Can we get water ice?
Give me water ice. You've been trying to put people having a job.
Trump supporters continue to march in that direction. Follow your orders. Oh, let's go past the cops. We love this country, and I hope you do too. Thank you. Yeah, right. $3,000 in
Trump supporters.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, still out here. Trump followers continue to march. Follow your orders as you got from the top. El Generalissimo Trump insists that you march. You have a wonderful line. You line up very well. Trump followers continue to march by orders of Generalissimo Trump. Generalissimo Trump says march in the streets. Peaceful. What the fuck is that shit? She's trying to light the thing on fire. She's gonna burn someone. Why are you pulling on somebody like that? Get her out of there. She's trying to light the thing on fire. Dickbag. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's fuck. Hey. I don't want to see anybody get burned. Non-violence, please. Grab the backpack, by the way. That was not violent. You grabbed a female-presenting person. She was trying to hurt someone, motherfucker. Fuck you and your racist ass bullshit. No. Don't say it, y'all.
Some aggressive Trump supporters are here, attacking women and journalists.
Jump rope, baby.
Why don't you tell me?
Sorry?
Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, you said who did they attack?
This woman with a backpack.
Never Hillary, never Trump. Never fascism.
Doesn't matter if you're Mexican, white or black. I feel that they've slandered things he said, and they're painting it as a racist. But it doesn't make sense to be racist with anyone.
He's definitely a racist. He's racist. I mean, think about it. I mean, starting back in the 1970s, he was banning people from his apartment buildings. He was saying that I don't trust blacks in my casinos. He used his words like jab. Antifa! 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 The media lies! Media lies! Yet you just defended your friends who grabbed that woman over there. You said that there'll be no violence on your part.
My friends did not grab nobody.
Media lies!
Anybody else, please.
I don't know anyone who's trying to set you on fire. That is an absurd outfit. Listen to your caretaker! Oh! Shots fired! Election bubbles. These are the people that rigged our primaries. These are the people that suppressed our votes. These are the informed voters that don't really know what's going on. Let them have their opinion. Let's go fight the fucking establishment.
So there's a group about 10 white Trump supporters here, causing a distraction and being aggressive with some people here.
You know, there's this whole thing about black folks at his casinos, and he doesn't want them handling his money. He says, oh, the guys with yarmulkes would be better at handling money. It's very clear that Donald Trump is a racist. It's unequivocal. So you think a racist is the best man for the job. That's what it is, right?
Blue lives matter. All lives matter. Everyone's life matters.
All right, and when you say all lives matter in response to Black Lives Matter, it negates that it's saying Black Lives Matter too.
Stop! Life matters.
Black Lives Matter too is that's what it responds to. So basically what that's saying is that blacks don't matter. That's what that responds to.
Everybody's life matters.
Sure, but when you say it in response, it means something different.
History did everyone's life matter?
I mean, did you hear the story about the dad who was feeding around the dinner table, and he didn't serve Joey, and every time Joey came around, he said, "Hey, Dad, why don't I get any food? Don't I deserve my fair share?" And his dad said, "Well, of course, everyone deserves their fair share," but he continued to not feed Joey. So it's the same thing. If you don't fix the problem, if you say that, oh, everyone deserves to eat, but you don't give them food, well, then you're basically spitting in their face.
Is that like coming out with a megaphone when everybody else is just here walking, screaming at everybody? Or we're just trying to walk here down the street? Got him! Well, basically, got him. No, I don't need to use your microphone. I'm here. I'm just here walking down the street, watching these guys walk down the street. You're the one causing a ruckus.
There's no ruckus.
Hillary's the one that puts black people in jail. Hillary's the super president candidate. Just let Hillary put the entire inner city blacks in prison.
Hillary and Trump are two sides of the same coin.
Of black urban people.
Hillary Clinton. Here's a man that when a stranger would come knocking on his door because he's hungry, he would give him the stone. Okay, he would give him the stone. He didn't give him a whole.
You know who it was? I mean, it's not a big deal. Media lies.
Trump is a builder.
All lives matter. Response to Black Lives Matter is basically saying Black Lives Matter.
All lives matter.
You know, but that's not what we were down here for.
Why don't all black lives matter? There's gang violence. You guys been, pretty non-violent. And what about white-on-white crime? And what about white-on-white crime? They're doing drugs. I live in Canada. I love my single-payer health care. I love my single-payer health care. I live in Canada and I love my single-payer universal health care. I love my single-payer.
That is definitely a fact. I've looked it up on FBI.gov right now. Why don't you? I believe the onus is on you since you made the claim.
This motherfucker put a single parent. I love my Canadian healthcare.
So your point is,
I just follow these Trump supporters for a few steps. Unicorn Riot, I believe, is still on them. I'm going to go back to the rally. I always just feel a lot of hateful energy from Trump supporters. That's what it is. I just follow these Trump supporters for a few steps. Unicorn Riot, I believe, is still on them. I'm going to go back to the rally. That's what it is. Energy from Trump supporters. That's what it is. That's what it is. see flags up here. And I see no more Democracy Spring flags. Where did the Democracy Spring flags go? They went that way? They're just taking off? Huh? They went to get something to eat. What about all the people sitting down? They all get arrested and they're done? But they're done supporting them?
They're all the people who are getting arrested over there.
That's where they would leave. I guess they're all leaving together. Well, Democracy Spring was here supporting their people sitting down on the inside. I know there were at least 10 arrests. Some Trump supporters came in. I followed them. When I got back, all the happy, singing, dancing Democracy Spring people were gone. And now I see red flags, and we know what that means.
No good cops in the racist system! No good cops in the racist system! No good cops in the racist system!
The lady in the matter, it's easy for you to talk about peace, but you perpetuate the very same violence of black and brown people. You talk about peace, you talk about saving the community.
Where did the Democracy Now! People go?
It's time to see people of color. It's really amazing. Just to be honest with you, you are part of the problem. You realize that you are a supremacist.
Well, do you have to ad hominem attacks? That's funny.
That's
always a market.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. When did you ever meet Senator Davis's friends? When did you ever meet Kamani Gray's friends? When did you go outside the street and help those brown and black people other than perpetuating the very same violence of this community? So you can't talk about moving society forward when it only elevates your whiteness into place. So when we talk about racism, that is applied to you too.
It's a joke. They're making sure it's another bad boy's joke.
Some people are angry because you know what the problem is? At least the people in the Republican convention are actually willing to admit that they're racist. You, that type of person that don't want to perpetuate racism. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever met Kamani Grace fans? Okay, and then I ask you, have you ever helped Chantel Davis's fans? Have you met Tamara Rice's family? No, because at the end of the day, yes I have. Yes I have. Yes I have.
You met racists?
Yes I have. And she hasn't.
Yeah, bro.
I had to ask.
Would you ask me if you met ISIS? Did you ask me if you met ISIS?
No. I asked activism of people of color. Yes, I will talk about blackness and brownness because they are priority over whiteness at the moment. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but Black Lives Matter will only happen if we actually try to abolish the very system that you perpetuate.
I couldn't hear you. It's something over your face. Fuck off! Why are you here? Because I live here. Then go home and sleep. I'm going home afterward. That's for sure.
Are you just hanging out, or are you an activist?
I live right down the road.
Are you an activist?
No.
Are you a Democrat?
Well, I never voted my entire life.
Why not?
I know my vote will never matter. Even if it came down to 2 votes.
That's it. I agree with her.
But I am a vet and I get pissed when people burn the flag.
What's going on?
You know where they're not going to stick together.
That's the only thing I want.
Is everyone done sitting down inside? They started arresting people. I think that's why they started. You know if they arrested them? last account I heard was like 3 people were visually seen being taken out in and then they were getting live feed from inside the building. I don't know if anyone is still saying that. They were really sitting out. Once the arrest started, they did a bunch of yeah, but smart people, can you look up their Facebook Live? Yeah. Well, you're doing your thing, I will come back here.
I'll just be here.
White people have dominated the conversation in this country. And then to have someone go like, no, any of the bullhorns do. That's all. It seems like a no, he ain't a and I mean, he is going to talk.
The United States of America towards the absolute worst fucking allies in the world. Saudi Arabia is the only country who can't fucking try. And Israel is engaged in the genocide of its Palestinian population. That's when right. You're passive, when you don't fucking resist, your tax dollars are going to that shit. And even if you don't, like, fucking agree with every method that the Palestinians take to resist, you've got to support their liberation. You got to support the liberation of every oppressed group on the planet, unless you're a fucking hypocrite. Intifada! 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 One, two, three, four. I declare a class war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eat the rich and smash the state. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a class war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eat the rich and smash the state. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a class war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eat the rich and smash the state. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a class war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eat the rich and smash the state.
I don't know.
I mean, I know there's already a lot of cameras that are trying to reduce as much as long live Palestine, free Palestine, long live the Intifada, Intifada,
Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live the Intifada!
Long live the Intifada!
Intifada! Intifada!
Intifada! Intifada!
Intifada! Intifada!
Intifada! Intifada!
Long live Palestine!
Long live Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
Long live the Intifada!
Long live the Intifada!
Intifada! Intifada!
Intifada! Intifada!
Thank you, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yo, who doesn't like the TPP? Hey! Hillary Clinton's for that shit. Yo, all the fucking jobs, all the fucking exploitation, dude, all the loss of jobs, she's for that. Donald Trump is marginally not for that, but just because he fucking masks the capitalism of exploitation with fucking lingo like globalism, dude. TPP is bullshit. Fuck TPP. I'm sure you get it.
Hey.
stabilizing democracies throughout the world. By stabilizing system of government that has been stabilized by, that has been created and fucking set up by the people. Looking at places like Honduras, looking at places like El Salvador, looking at places like Bolivia, looking at all of the proxy governments and proxy wars that they started in the 70s and 80s and 90s. The United States is nothing more than an imperial war machine. By burning a flag, we are burning a piece of symbolism. The symbolism of the machine, symbolism of the empire. This land itself is a beautiful land. This land has done nothing wrong. It's the people that gave this land to America and gave them that fucking shitty white, red, and blue flag. That flag in this government is what needs to go, is what needs to be taken down. As long as we continue living under this government, we are not going to be able to find peace. We're not going to be able to find America has ready to say something.
So I'm afraid if I'm getting any chats, they're not showing up. I guess due to internet connection. When I got here, there was a huge crowd of dancing, happy, singing, chanting, Democracy Spring people out here rallying.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
And Democracy Spring was out here chanting, supporting their activist friends who got inside and were doing a sit down. Rumor has it they got in by Uber. Last I heard 10 arrests. I'm not sure what the update is. A group of Trump supporters came in here. I followed them. They were aggro as usual. I came back. Democracy Spring group was gone. And in their place, a group of Antifas.
They automatically get linked up to anyone who is of that descent. If a Muslim person kills someone, they're automatically part of ISIS. If a brown person has a little bit of drugs, they're probably part of a cartel. But when a white man goes in and kills a bunch of people, he's just a lonely guy who, has a troubled mind or something of the sort. We need to change the narrative. We need to move forward, because this America fucking sucks. We need to build a new land for the fucking people. We have the fucking infrastructure. We have the willpower. I just have one question, are we willing to do it though?
You did not tell me you were an artist.
Okay, so I'm going to talk for a brief second about capitalism and why it's evil. All right. So,
did you find out any updates?
48,000 veterans are currently on the street.
Did you go to their Facebook page? They should have a Facebook Live video. Like, what's the first thing on their wall?
Absolutely. We value profit over people. We value capital over unions. We value economy over ecology. There is no point in time.
Is that their wall? Okay, they're not live anymore.
I can't find anything.
I wonder if their live streamer was arrested, or maybe they're not there anymore.
And cell phone apps. And not fracking. That's a fact. Clearly, our values are in absolutely the right place. When major oil companies don't have to get taxed. When your fucking phone app does.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Yes, Kendrick, yes. Yes, Kendrick.
Okay, so nobody that I can find out what's going on inside. So I just got a notification that Revolutionary Z is live on Periscope at the gates. I don't see him here. I'm wondering what gate he's at. And I'm wondering what else is happening around do see police buses on the inside.
I would like to add that free market capitalism was the system that led to union members having to shoot at people to earn their working rights.
Okay, I'm going to leave these antifas that I totally support 100%. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Against us liberals. And then about 15 years later, you catch on and act like it was your idea to begin with. Thanks for that, by the way.
Oh, is that the Trump supporters back?
The left will continue to defend you. We will continue to fight for you.
This guy with the crown.
Liberals. Liberals, progressives, whatever you want to call yourselves, I guess. I want you to stand with us. I do, I really do. But I don't want you to stand with us 10 years from now when I have to look back and think about queer people, dead friends of mine. I don't want to have to look back 10 years from now and say, well, I'm glad you guys are helping us now, but we really could have used you when my friends were dying. Because that's a fucking fact. Liberals did nothing during the 80s while Reagan let the AIDS epidemic flourish. And then later...
And the crack epidemic.
For the LGBT community. The LGBT community had to fight for a policy during the Reagan administration to implement HIV/AIDS medication. Because at one point, the very same DNC and RNC platform told us that we're not human beings.
And currently the RNC platform endorses conversion camps.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, kill queer kids. Thank you.
I just want to let people know that the actions of people is a reflection of every individual.
This guy with the crown was with the Trump people. This guy with the crown was with the Trump people when they came here and then they marched away.
To just Republican Party. It is also inherited. It is also within the Democratic Party. Yes, it's easy for us to respond in the Republican Party about being racist, but we also talk about the racist policy in the Democratic Party.
Wasn't this guy with the Trump people? I remember him with the crown.
I don't so much, but I'll go with your word.
Hey! Weren't you with the Trump people?
Come here.
Are you one of the Trump people supporters? Why are you taking pictures of them? Yeah.
Come here, buddy. Come here.
Why are you taking pictures of them?
What's up? My name's Francois. What's your name? Ryan. So what's up? I don't know. Somebody said you were at a Trump rally earlier.
I was making fun of them.
Okay, thank you. Just checking.
I was walking behind them while they did their march, shouting, by orders of Generalissimo Trump, continue to march in that direction at once. It's satire.
You know what? Fair enough.
That's
You know what?
satire.
Wait. I really believe him for some reason. I don't know why, but I really believe him.
It's probably the flag.
You know what? He seems more like a dork, but, not an enemy.
I'm just checking. His hair kind of aggro.
So how old are you?
think I'm gonna walk down here and see what's going on down here.
Make it ho!
Love me some Antifa Palestine activists.
Nope, but I see a guy in a skirt with boots. Oh! I saw that guy. How do I get a picture of him?
I got your t-shirts, photo get
I guess the question she put out.
I got your t-shirts, photo get
I guess the question she put out.
in the chat, and if it's working well, we are gonna be walking around looking at. I can describe everything that happened yesterday. You know, here's these fences.
Why you want to shoot me? Don't shoot me.
Hey! I walked this fence where Democracy Spring was hanging out earlier. Oh, thanks a lot to the person that just donated some money too. That was great. You make me feel like we have hope. Thank you so much for that. Anyone else wants to give a little of the donation help? Don't be shy. Don't be shy about it. Ooh, AV good. It sounds like everything's looking pretty good. I'm gonna walk into the park because why not? I don't even think we've shown you the encampment yet. There's like a little encampment. People probably be having a lot of like wanting their privacy, so I'm probably not gonna go in that much. I know that makes you kind of mad, maybe a little sad, but you know, whatevs. Here is you know, it's a respect people's privacy. I mean, whatevs. I think it's important that it is a home, even though it's a public park. Officers use that porta potty. This porta potty I do not trust because it is the lone porta potty. Right, so this porta potty, look around. There's no other porta potties near. You know, so that thing is just like really getting the use. Really getting the use. All right, got people excited, near each other, talking. We got a lot of vertical shooting because different live apps decided to use vertical shooting for some strange idiotic reason. Vehicle Ride that Ninja, that's right. That's who we are. I thought I'd come say hi. Got some flowers.
Yeah, no,
Moving on through. We got some vibrant conversation and people talking with their hands out here, you know. I got these folks. The police and really blue vests. I haven't seen those vests yet.
Smartsheet is
yeah,
the work management collaboration tool that gives individuals and organizations the
Look at those baby blue vests. Oh, not baby blue, but look at those blue vests. New style. I haven't seen them yet. Really taking a look. Gonna step away. Really? Wow, look at all the cops right here.
I represent so wow. You're crazy. You're the one Bill Clinton as the first lady. School kicking in like you're with a baby.
Democracy Spring this thank the police officers for diligent work. There they are diligently working.
You gotta go up to the north shore. The water is very shallow, so you can kind of dip your feet in and walk. No, it's right there. That's where you watch the sunset. Yeah. It's like a very narrow peninsula at that point.
And definitely a lot of equipment is taking a beating. So.
You look so comfortable right there.
Nah, Fuzz, we're not detaining you, just stopping you.
We're not detaining you, you're just not allowed to go anywhere. Right.
Vermin lives matter. Let him in. Thank you, Anonymous. 925647151. Right. So where can we get our credentials at? That is King. That is Justin King.
Isn't sufficient to get to whatever the next stage is. Okay. They're all looking, all these checkpoints are looking for the yellow. They can scan, the thing that they
That is ultimately all we're trying to do. We're trying to get people out of that. And this little pickup on the road is
detour. I think I'll just view it as they're trying to get you where you need to go. And we know the end is great. All right? They're good. I appreciate it.
Look at my one.
Brush your teeth. Walk.
Appreciate you guys.
Good?
Appreciate you, sir.
Just be careful. Crazy intersections, all right?
Thank you.
Good? Everybody got their IDs? Thank you.
Are you threatening to run us down, sir?
Finley Trust was just unlawfully detained in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by several rude local officers, and then the Secret Service just came up and rescued us from these little rookie cops that thought that they could detain us just for asking a question.
Yeah! They actually did detain you for asking a question.
He didn't do anything.
Quit asking questions! Yeah, might as well. We're here.
That guy made it clear that it was a strike. You can't get
We gotta call up,
Wait, this John, March came out of the park where I think we were watching speeches.
Or find another.
You can see it right there.
Plan of attack.
We marched around this area for a bit.
I'm gonna go ahead and archive this.
There were police lining this side of the fence. They just didn't interfere as people threw it over, but then the police had a discussion.
The detainments.
And those cops are now the dudes over here are now moved back.
And all I got was this lousy two.
Hey JC, I do see you. This is Lorenzo, your host right now. We try to stay alive as long as I can. If we do go down, follow us on Twitter at @UR_ninja, and we'll be updating that as we can.
democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
It's really hot.
This is what democracy looks like!
The temperature is just climbing. Alright, so they're coming up with a bullhorn.
Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
So that white ship is giving me the bullhorn.
This is what democracy looks like! Show me what we fight! We win! When we fight, we win! When we fight, we win!
Fire
When we fight, we win! 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 This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
I think these people are protesting election fraud at this point. They feel that the elections were rigged, their voices never counted to begin with, and they feel disenfranchised.
What was that? Let us in! Lift up the fence!
They brought a dog out. They brought a bomb dog out. They're checking it, making sure there's nothing in there.
Hey, stop! 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 There's a dog right there! So what? Check that shit! Check that! What are you doing? There's fucking dogs right there! Stop it! Yeah! Take that shit to Hillary! Take that shit to Hillary! Take that fucking shit to Hillary!
Shut it down. All defenses for 10 minutes. Angry at the way the election turned out. A lot of folks here feel that the Democratic Party isn't working for them at all. They feel disenfranchised, from my understanding. And they're showing their disdain right now.
I'll stare you all fucking night! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Hey, bro, these gates look
This is live.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! There are police officers forming behind this group.
Okay.
Who do you serve?
What?
I'm good.
Somebody was joining. We are at the Democratic National Convention. This is day 3 here in Philadelphia. People have been very upset at how the elections have played out. Every day, just showing more and more how upset they are. Yesterday, the police deployed mace or pepper spray. I wasn't sure I was able to verify it. I did taste some of it. A bit macy, I guess. But and now people are gathered at this fence again. And police are moving back now.
Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Let us in!
There's a lot of anger, folks. A lot of anger. People are angry. Not just in Pennsylvania. That's not the anger here. The anger here is over the superdelegate system. The superdelegate system, which declared Hillary the winner before she sort of won it. I think she had a superdelegate That's great. And then the entire time in the election, there were 300, about 300 superdelegates on Hillary Clinton. Like that. It's a kind of great number. And Other than president are revolutionary. So revolutionary just said Westfield is revolutionary underscore Z, and also at UR_ninja.
So once they snatch people out, they feel they might be provocateurs. I'm not sure if you're talking about JC.
We want justice! en mis archivos en mi canal para más vídeos de los otros días de las contra la corrupción.
Remind me to never load up these Verizon hotspots ever again. They work great. Verizon's great, like AT&T. They have cell towers all over the place. T-Mobile really works great in cities a lot of the time, even though there's no country reception.
What happened? What's happening? What happened?
Why is everybody running?
I don't know what's happening.
as you watch, please quote a $2 PayPal donation to stopmotionsolo@gmail.com. Whoa. $2 PayPal donation to stopmotionsolo@gmail.com. What? Yeah. $2 PayPal donation to stopmotionsolo@gmail.com. It's how I stay what I do. Helps sustain what I do, so I can tell you what the people do. That is a low-flying chopper. In an orderly fashion. Go ahead. There it is. Good God, slow.
Blocking?
What?
They're blocking the street right here.
Holy shit, wait, what's going on?
So they all ran away from him.
They're blocked over there, we can't go in the street. They're
alive, right?
What? Okay, no, it's not, no. It's not totally blocked off, good. It's not Kettle. There's a huge police presence over here. Whoa, flying, whoa!
That helicopter's really loud. Seriously.
Oh shit, okay.
There's some kind of action at the gate.
I think police are going to move into make arrest or try, I don't know.
I'm going to try to get close.
Well, I just saw one arrest made. I have no idea how many others were.
I'm going to hurry as they're shining the spotlight right.
We're outside the gates of the convention. Uno manifestante fue detenido. A menos que uno. Word. Jesus. Police are moving in over there, okay? Wow. This side too? No. Police have not moved in on this side yet. There's still an exit over there.
Somebody go over the fence?
So an exit right in front, right where you can see there is an exit there still. Police have moved in though, they have repositioned against address this crowd here by the gate here. It is very crowded.
Behind you. So they do have a line of cops at the fence now. Have moved away the bike to make some space between the protesters. So some protesters in the crowd pointing shit out to the cops as well.
There are more. Behind the wall there are more. Very low quality.
Police have reacted really crazy. Didn't seem like there was any violence that happened, but it did seem like somebody possibly breached into the gate. Police snatched him up and then rushed him into the crowd. I don't know how many arrests, but there's definitely some people taken down. I'm not sure how many people got in.
Now we're going to sit in now.
We got some more videos up. Some connection difficulties. We missed the breach.
My screen went down.
We'll be
I
putting it
couldn't
up
get
if it
back
hasn't
up.
gone
It
up
said
already.
no internet connection.
There was some people
I finally got up.
And police
What's
are
happening
reacting
right
very
now? A whole bunch of water balloons got thrown at cops. That made a lot of people run away. It made a lot of cops come out. I saw one arrest. I recorded it on my handy cam because my live stream wouldn't get up.
Baton back here, smacking it against his hand, pulling it in and out.
Before that, the Democracy Screen Group was here.
R-O-T-H. He's ready. He's definitely
Rallying to support their people getting arrested inside. They left soon after a very small group of aggro Trump people showed up.
He might have already used that.
When I followed the Trump people, came back here.
Again, this is non-violent
Democracy Spring's gone, and there were some Antifas here. I wandered over to where Democracy Spring was having their debrief meeting, and then I saw a whole bunch of people right here. This whole massive group of people showed up. A fresh new group of people showed up. After about 10 minutes,
we got people like literally.
Some people came and threw water balloons at cops. Now there's starting to be a big sit down. That's the update. Recheck your streams. A lot went down. A lot couldn't get up. I don't know if there's a swing ray or what. There's a hot helicopter above us. It's been above us for a while.
Some people were pushing on the fence a little bit. Other people ended up resorting into taking the action upon themselves to breach the gate, and that happened at the middle of the area, right about there. And that gate was breached. The police at the time pushing back. There was people in the front lines pushing in.
There aren't very many green hats. We could really use some legal observers down here.
They violently pushed everybody that was around, grabbing people up, throwing them, pushing them. Very hard. Aussie Girl, what he was comparing the cops to was people who kill civilians, and the cops have killed over, I think, 1,000 civilians this year, and that's the numbers are probably higher than the Taliban. In America, the police kill a lot of people, so that's what he's talking about and referring to. Not as bad in Australia.
Hey, you feel like talking about what you're doing right now? So you're sitting down right now. There's white cops right here. What's going on? So there was nice homicides on all of the details. Surrounded by cops. I sat down. This is overall a peaceful protest. We are not trying to see violence. We are not trying to do violence.
Thank you. What brought you out here?
I did not here to protest. As you can see, just the election process. Of course, tonight is the night after delegates have chosen to nominate representatives to represent the Democratic which Westfield was a rigged nomination process. There's been a lot of information that's come out, including my emails and that's all the DNC inspired media organizations to take down Senator Sanders in the primary race, but I think that stands on the trail.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So we heard it's protesting the DNC.
Just seen the water balloon throwing.
Hey, we have a question. What do you hope to accomplish by sitting here?
Right, I'm going to go around this.
So you heard it. Thank you for the question, Mikhail. Really appreciate that question that I was able to ask. And the answer is essentially we're hoping to change some of this system.
I don't know why there's so much splitting in the activist community. It's really a bummer to see.
And against this corner, we have people sitting down. I'm going to maneuver my way through them in a minute. There's not really much area to walk through. We have Lieutenant James, who is helpful over here, actually, being nice. Hey, excuse me, real quick. I'm just going to walk right through you. Excuse me, real quick. Right behind you. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. So we have more people sitting down. Again, they're all pretty much out here with the peace signs. And we have a fire burning up there.
This lady just tried to step out of fire and her skirt caught on fire. Bad idea. Stupid.
We have a little fire in the street. So we have somebody trying to put it out in their case. That was really slow of her. She set herself on fire. I know people are trying to put out fire. Somebody else is burning. Again, this is Nico out here, uniform 5.
Yeah, just don't do it with your skirt. So now we have a splitting of diversity of tactics among activists. Never really seen this in action before so strongly.
Supreme is always coming through and extinguishing a lot of the situations that get wound up. It's always good for when the police start beating on people. There was no gas, honestly. I don't know what I was See here, everyone's talking about respecting the diversity of tactics.
Well, that flag burning allowed me to get up to the front of this line here.
You hear Vermin's talking about respecting autonomy, respecting people, diversity of tactics.
the crowd is tired. Okay, this guy's a goal.
Everybody's chanting 1 step back. For the RNC, for everybody who got arrested for burning the flag. When it's legal. In 1989, there was a Supreme Court ruling that said it was legal to burn the flag.
Can someone throw me a chat so I can test and see if my chat is coming through, please?
Big appreciation to the
So that's happening over there. We have other people that are still continuing their drum circle. Excuse me real quick. Thank you. A drum circle over here. No, Michelle, it's not illegal. Actually, it's Supreme Court rule. 1989.
All of the cops are back in their little huts, you know?
You hear the people people around the circle screaming, "We are not violent." Again, they must. They're equating. Burning with the flag or violence. We're out here at the Democratic National Convention. This is the scene outside. There was police right along this fence line, all the way up here. People had intruded into the gate. We see a massive amount of police that are up at the gate. Those are roses thrown over after the coffin was thrown over.
Not sure where the cops are going. Well, maybe.
And this is where the gate was breached. Right now we have somebody standing in front of the gate. So now it's, watch out real quick. Once again, I just want to get a picture of this.
Cops are just leaving.
So this is the gate that they got going on. This is the man standing in front of it.
Okay, so the cops just took off.
We got people who come in here. I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure really what happened. It was on the side. We have other videos probably on the internet, Twitter. They had swarmed through. The police that came from the back, from back there, came in and rolled through the crew. Very come on. How you doing? Good man. You know Brian.
So the cops on bikes that were right here left. I thought they were going to go stay somewhere else, but they just left to go rest. Behind this fence are a lot of police. They have batons out, handcuffs, zip ties.
Okay, the state is violence.
If you're coming down here, definitely bring protection from stuff.
Over here, the state is violent. And they're talking about, over there, they're talking about we are not violent.
I don't know,
and
there's some cops staged over here.
And they're talking about what's violence, the state is violence. So we see the difference of opinions. At the time I show.
Where are the vans?
Alright, let's all red light. Hold on one second. You're going to see nothing but
PayPal donation. PayPal donation. Stop motion solo at gmail.com. Same with I.
Thank you all. We have people with a lot of peace signs up.
PayPal donation. Stop motion solo at gmail. Basically,
the left has quite a few different groups that are involved in the left in the thought process of creating some kind of different system for people to live in America. A lot of people are against capitalism, which a lot of people look at as the crux of oppression. Capitalism was created off of slave labor and genocide, essentially. And so a lot of people, that's what we hear. A lot of people talking about. We have people, some mainstream press giving news reports. We would be using our rig with the microphone, but the bandwidth out here is preventing that from happening. We had to do some troubleshooting to get this up, and we do have this up for you all. Well, share support your local.
Okay, we just had a whole bunch of people in black throw water balloons at the cops. Half the crowd had to run away.
mostly milling in the background, in the back here. No, they're not all communists. There's a bunch of different people on the left that are representing themselves. It's quite a little bit of small contingent of communists. There's anarchists, there's anti-capitalists, there's Antifa, there's an assortment of the left that's out here. There's Bernie Bros, there's liberals. Whoa, it actually got real bad over here. But that's the scene over here. Bunch of police out here on the island. Yeah, they are going for a general strike. A lot of people have jobs. People will take off time jobs. Chickens. So, again, there's probably a few hundred people, well, 500 people or so are out here right now.
If there are any legal observers, this is a really good place to be right now.
All of our content is non-commercial, creative, that we share alike. So as long as you're not putting it on something to share it that makes money, then it's not illegal. I'm not really into legalities and illegalities, but what happens is as a non-commercial share alike Creative Commons license, that means that it's for the people to use unless you're a corporation to make money off it. Yeah, thank you for the Mikhail, a lot of people think Trump isn't even out here. That's the overall reality that Trump probably went. Michelle, I don't think anybody's killed any Trump supporters. I think there's a lot of people on the Trump side that are inciting a lot of violence against a lot of people. I don't think that Bernie, a lot of these people out here for Bernie, I don't think that they're all good. They have to be something there. See the sign, you earned your Democratic. A lot of people are leaving the Democratic Party right now. I'm very upset with what the Democrats have done in their national convention.
My screen went down. I couldn't get back up. It said no internet connection. I finally got up. What's happening right now? A whole bunch of water balloons got thrown at cops.
Jim,
that made a lot of people run away. It made a lot of cops come out.
They just walked through and walked out.
I saw one arrest. I recorded it on my handy cam because my live stream wouldn't get up. Before that, the Democracy Spring group was here, rallying to support their people getting arrested inside. They left soon after a very small group of agro-Trump people showed up. When I followed the Trump people, came back here. Democracy Spring's gone, and there were some Antifas here. I wandered over to where Democracy Spring was having their debrief meeting, and then I saw a whole bunch of people right here. This whole massive group of people showed up. A fresh new group of people showed up. After about 10 minutes, some people came and threw water balloons at cops. Now there's starting to be a big sit-down. That's the update. Recheck your streams. A lot went down, a lot couldn't get up. I don't know if there's a stingray or what. There's a Hawk helicopter above us. It's been above us for a while.
A lot of people believe that the political revolution has started, that the burning has started the political revolution. What that entails, I'm not too positive.
I'm going to move around here in a minute. There aren't very many greenhouses. We could really use some legal observers down here.
The issue with the flag burning is just let it go. Because so long as, I mean, let it go.
Okay, and so the gate, when the gate got breached, it was bolt cutted. Somebody cut the bolts.
I can think of
Rushed in. Police knocked a bunch of stuff out of the door. They threw people, tossed people. We do have a video getting uploaded right now.
By the way,
check that out.
Flags that are made in China.
On our Twitter feed.
No, I'm not advocating. Flags that are made in China support outsourced labor. Do you want to support U.S. labor or not? Do you want to support American jobs? Do you want to or not? So in that case, that flag burning may have been a protest of globalization.
Thank you.
Domestic flags. Either way. Let it go. You might disagree with it, or disagree with something, they have the right to burn the flag. It's a constitutional the fact. Which I think was actually determined whether it be constitutional back in the 60s when they did it. It may have been before too. That's probably but when you see a flag move and let it burn, otherwise just cause explosion. Because they have the right to burn it. And it's really different. It's a nice design, I'll give you that. It's a nice design. Honestly, I have seen better. I haven't seen other flags have been designed too. Mikey, what other flags have a very nice design on them? Possibly better designs than the United States flag? Okay, then. Okay. The Brazil flag is the French flag is like ours, it's the same colors. Same as ours. Same as ours, pretty much.
This guy is dissing the water balloon throwing.
See, it's just a piece of cloth with a nice design. That's all it is. It's really not a big deal.
Alright, I'm going to go around a bit.
I'm going to mention $2 PayPal donation. Stop motion@gmail.com. I understand what I do. Please help me. Help me get water. A lot of water.
I don't know why there's so much splitting in the activist community. It's really a bummer to see.
We're all kinds of speed in a second, folks. And the dudes don't go anywhere, I'm going to bring their show speed right back up for all of you. The flag burning anarchists. The flag burning anarchists.
That is a dumb idea! Jesus fucking Christ! This lady just tried to step out of fire and her skirt caught on fire. Bad idea.
You're stupid.
Somebody burning a flag. It looked like someone
Meet the Iron of the Future. Your new iron. An exciting day. Carefully remove your...
You can hear me. Follow me on Twitter if you don't want me.
American Financial Field where the Eagles play. Back here is Citizens Bank Park where the Phillies play. And then back in the distance back there is Wells Fargo. And Wells Fargo Center is where the Phillies and the 76ers play. No. The 76ers and the Flyers. And that's also where the Democratic Convention is happening. Over there at the Wells Hall. Earlier today, Democracy Spring was out here and they did a civil disobedience action.
So there's a lot of splitting among activists here regarding the diversity of tactics. I've seen that a lot.
Media loves to focus around anarchists. And there's a lot of stigmatizing going on around it. We have an interview happening right here.
Why do I show? I'll be quiet for that.
I just sat here silent for multiple minutes. I let her shut the fuck up and let me talk.
I'm just curious about after you endorse Hillary, are you going to Bernie about it? Is Bernie about to be president and what he came in, voted the bill, or not voted at all?
A public service announcement that police officers are making moves on the other side of the fence.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the conversation.
Remember us, that's our power. Don't minimize it. It's what got us all record donations, record rallies. It's got us this. We got here because of love. Don't lose that. Don't let hate sit in your body. Don't let anger sit in your body. Remember to stay strong. At every moment that you can, hug somebody tonight. Look somebody in the eye and say, brother, everybody's brother and sister. That'll really do it. That'll make us a family. I mean, we are family, and it'll make us a strong time. Super fast. I mean, we are. That's the only way we overcome this fucking system. Yeah, we have to come out here and play this fucking system. Get in this separate fucking planet. We are all on one planet. You can't eat money. You can't eat money. Is ridiculous. We're getting rid of money. Money is not. It's supposed to be a barter exchange, so I can give you something and you can give me something. It's not supposed to be the focus of our lives. It's not supposed to be this thing that people can have power over people's president. It's ridiculous. It's grown into this tumor that's affecting everything. The reason why everybody's freaking out is Hillary and everyone's this. Money is the root of it. We don't need it. What we're saying is Hillary. You don't need money. There are ways, other ways where that will provide us. We don't need to live like this.
We hear the circle going on. I'm gonna come over here and check out these. We have Jews for Palestine over here. Not everybody here. And they staged an action down the street on 10th Street, I believe. How you doing? Would you mind getting interviewed at all? You would? Would you get interviewed at all? Would you mind? Okay. So we have Torah True World Jewry pleads U.S. government, please stop aid to Israel. Stop their crimes and force draft into their army. Torah forbids a Jewish state. So we see the sign. What brings you out here?
We are against the state of Israel because they are disrupting our religious. They're taking in religious boys to the army, and it's against our religious. They're fighting against the religious, and everything they do is against religious. So we are asking they should not talk in the name of Jews, and if they say they Israel, we should not interrupt the religious. Not allowed to interrupt the religious.
Okay, so the Israeli government right now is interrupting the religious process of Jewish people by making them go into the draft?
Specific in the draft. Orthodox Jews are not allowed to go to the draft, and they are forcing the Orthodox Jews to go to the draft.
So, do you believe the state, I'm sorry.
The thing is still circling above.
Okay, so the Israeli government right now is interrupting the religious process of Jewish people by making them go into the draft?
Specific in the draft. Orthodox Jews are not allowed to go to the draft, and they are forcing the Orthodox Jews to go to the draft.
So, do you believe the state, I'm sorry.
Hey, it's not blue, but it's accepting the circumstances that we are in.
Cops are still hanging out. So there's a whole bunch of cops behind this fence.
Right now
and what's happened to the crowd
the religious process of
this
Jewish
huge
people
group
making them go into the draft.
Started to split because they disagreed on tactics, which is a really unfortunate thing. And so a whole bunch of what seemed like leaders of certain groups tried to get people to leave this area and go back to a park because they didn't want to be associated with quote-unquote anarchists who were perhaps maybe throwing water balloons at cops, and perhaps maybe we're burning flags. So we had just rippling all through the crowd a disagreement in tactics. Some people did not embrace the diversity of tactics, and so a lot of the group has left because people urged them to leave.
Against religion. Because we want to be religious and the state of Israel. We want to be religious. We will ask government to say, please, watch they should be religious in Israel state.
All right, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. And then you're from Brooklyn, and you came all the way to Philadelphia to protest? Okay, and so...
Say my saying that I'm Jewish
and so do you believe the state of Israel is practicing Zionism instead of the Jewish religion? Okay. Yeah. So how do you feel about that? They're against the religion.
Fighting against religion.
And they're making Orthodox Jewish people join the army when it's against your religion. How do you feel about the state of Israel when it comes to Palestinian issues?
I'm not doing the politics. I'm saying as religious, you're not allowed to have land. You don't have to because before Messiah comes, they're going to have land. Before Messiah, you're not allowed to have land.
So you're supposed to be collectively living with the communities instead of taking land and owning it.
And not fighting. They're not fighting.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And so, you're from Brooklyn as well? Chief Rabbi. So, you're okay, thank you. So,
Rabbi, Executive President of Voice of Jews.org.
If you plant food there in your garden, it becomes potato. I'm saying
Executive President? And so why did you create Voice of Jews? Or why are you a vice president of it? What makes it something that you would want to be involved in?
Because as we see now, the news media agencies around the U.S. and the Zionist government, they control the U.S. media. So the true voice of the Orthodox Jews in the United States can't come out.
Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
On the media. So we created a website. The true voice of the U.S. Jews and worldwide Jews.
Okay, so excuse me.
The true voice will
No, I really appreciate you coming out. And you're the first group of Orthodox Jews that I've actually been able to meet in person.
And they have a lot of money and a lot of involvement in the United States government and also the election system and the Democratic system for sure, and the Democratic Party. How do you feel about that?
We feel that the candidates, they can't say what they want, and they can't do what they want because they're being controlled by the Zionist movement in the United States, by the APEC. And we plead with them, with the U.S. candidates, government officials, they should not be afraid of the Zionist control. And they should do what is right, what they want, what is right for the U.S. and not what's right for the Israeli politics, what's right for the U.S. politics.
Okay. And so I was asking, I heard that the Palestinian, like the original Jewish people are not even supposed to own land. And so how do you feel about the Palestinian situation in the state of Israel?
We want to live in peace in this, under a Palestinian government in the Holy Land, like it was 68 years ago, before the creation of the Zionist criminal state. We can live in peace. It's possible to live in peace with the Palestinian brothers, with no problem. All the problems start since the creation of the state of Israel.
So when you're talking about the state of Israel, when you're talking about Zionism, how do you combat that? How do you defeat that sort of thought process and the controlling aspect of it? How do you sort of combat it? How do you go against Zionism? What is the way to fight against it?
We come out with our messages, with our demonstrations. We're not afraid of them, and we talking to the media and to the press, and this government, this movement, they're not speaking in the name of the Jews, the worldwide Jews. They're not representative of the world Jews. They don't have any right to speak in the name of world Jews.
So we have the disconnect because a lot of American people believe that Jewish people are sort of the people that have created the state of Israel, and they believe that Zionism is Jewish, and it's just one interchangeable thing. What do you think about Zionism? What is your opinion about Zionism?
Zionism is, according to the Torah, we are now in exile since the destruction of the Holy Temple 2,000 years ago. God sent us in exile. We were not allowed to recreate our own identity, and this divinely decreed exile. The state of Israel is against the Torah, it's against the Jewish religion. They don't have any right to speak in the name of the Jews.
So you came from Brooklyn?
So now
and you came to Philadelphia for the Democratic Convention to protest against
contingent. They left. They wanted to be away
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
from other people who are using different tactics, and now they've come back in.
Well, thank you so much.
Anew as a group.
Are going there fighting with the Jews. How do you
One message we want to say that in the state of Israel, they are fighting, brutalizing, they torturing the real religious Jews, the anti-Zionist community in the Holy Land. Hundreds of thousands of anti-Zionist Jews living in the Holy Land. And the state of Israel, they fighting with them, they oppress them just because they emphasize the Torah. In the last year, they
fine, really low. The last year?
That's right here at the end.
Stop religious Jews into the army because they want to transfer them from religious Jews to secular Jews because they hate the Jews, and they arrest young teenagers into the jails. They're sitting for months in the jails because they don't want to serve in this Zionist criminal heretic army. It's against the Jewish religion and the Jewish Torah.
So they're locking up Orthodox Jews who don't want to be involved in the army.
Yeah.
Wow. And torture.
When they sent back 50,000 recruits because they don't need them,
Yeah, that's cool. This person thanked these people for coming. So thank you so much for talking. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you hear again, thank you coming out from the community. And you see the signs. Mrs. Clinton is as a change maker. Please support a free Palestine. Judaism rejects Zionism. Michelle, you can go to unicornride.ninja and support our work tab, and that will help us.
So this is the Democracy Spring contingent that left because they didn't like the water balloon throwing at cops or the flag burning.
And they've sat down.
The people who didn't like that or were in solidarity with that group went back to the park and regrouped and came back in to sit here.
See this sign? We got a Jew, not a Zionist. And we were just talking to some folks over there, talking about Zionism. Thank you. And so we have the Palestinian flag and American flag over here. You all came from Brooklyn as well? Upstate New York? Cool. Would you all want to talk at all? Yeah, okay. I'll talk to a couple other folks over here too. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So right now we have the gate is filled with police over here. Yeah, I did hear the WikiLeaks voice recordings were going to be out today, and they are now. I guess they're released. Here's a big stick of sage, a couple sticks of sage burning.
Disgusting right now. I'm disgusting.
Connection might be dropping again. If it does, stay tuned. We'll try to go back live. A lot of connection bandwidth difficulties out here. Again, thank you all for joining us. This is Nico from Uniform Riot. We're 501c3 educational nonprofit collective. This is a mass of people who are actually linking hands, singing their innocence together. There's sage burning. There's people with dresses. People are grooving out. It's 11:51 here in the Eastern Time Zone. Phoenix, go to our Twitter page, UR_ninja, if you want to see action. We have action. Republican, Democrat, or awake, and they are awake. You want to describe that? You want to talk about your sign? Huh? It is. So what makes you awake? So Republican Party and Democratic Party are one and the same, and you're not one of those. All right. So what is your ideal of this? It doesn't seem like a lot of people believe that democracy exists in America. Do you believe that?
Use your passion.
Less and less by the day. All right. So are you getting disillusioned by this process? You've been disillusioned for years. Were you a Bernie supporter at all before the situation started to happen? Now you're more disillusioned, huh? What does it take for you to come back to illusionment?
What do you see on CNN on the live stream channel?
A clean sweep of Congress, and a clean sweep of executive branch, and a clean sweep of the Supreme Court. All right, thank you. Anything else you'd like to say?
They just saw
Appreciate it. You heard people have a lot of different ideas as to how to create the next reality.
Raved about Hillary Clinton breaking the glass ceiling, so that was actually the headline on CNN. Meanwhile, no one would raving if Carly Fiorina broke the glass ceiling. Just throwing it out there.
We have bicycle police up here from the police strike force.
You have a flag?
As I do this career, help sustain what I do by giving a $2 PayPal donation to stop
I'm trying to get you to come back so you can film it.
$2 PayPal donation to stop
But if I say you might take it because like white guys,
So they're screaming, I love my country.
Demonstrations against Other people live tonight are at Revolutionary Z. Revolutionary Z is spelled Rebel Revolutionary Z. Like revolutionary Uniform Riot Ninja, which is browsing.
view of all the police that are up here. Earlier there was a coffin representing the DNC that was thrown over the top of the fence that I just pointed at. And that coffin was thrown over. Roses were also thrown over. You can see them.
Thank you.
What's up, Phil? Thanks for joining.
So we've got a split here,
go to our
and
Twitter
this is kind of
feed.
symbolic, actually.
Ninja, see some of the video
We've
of what
got
happened.
people
The
over
feed that went
here,
down, the live feed that went down at about that time when the
that
gates
left
were rushed.
earlier
And,
because they didn't want to be by people who threw water balloons at cops
picked back
or
up right
burnt
after
flags.
they were rushed.
And they want,
that's where that's at.
they consider that violent.
The situation out here is
and so,
really calm. There's just people sort of congregating in their own circles,
encourage people who
doing
don't
their own
want
thing.
to be in that scene to leave. They left, they went to a park, and then they came back in, singing, drumming, burning sage, and they're all sitting down here. And then over here, you have another group who didn't leave, I'm going to say embrace tactics of flag burning, throwing water balloons at cops, and blockading. So you have two halves. Two groups of activists split. And in the middle, you've got some
right up here is a mass of people that have congregated.
some gentlemen who are Jewish up here in a sign opposing the Zionist state of Israel and the occupation of Palestine. And this is really symbolic to me that these rabbis are in the middle of these two groups. Because if you haven't already discovered this, if you're watching my live stream and yourself are an activist, if you haven't already discovered this, in the general large group of activists, you have this split when it comes to Palestine. You'll find that in a group of activists, probably about half of them are pro-Israel and half of them are pro-Palestinian. So it's really interesting to me that you see this split in activists here today, and in the middle you have the issue of Israel and Palestine.
People came out and was crazy for standards because they feel they represented them. And if they're not going to feel it, she represents them. If you want higher success rate, you have to get more parties. Now, the problem with the U.S. system is it was intended to be anti-popular. It was intended, by default, to be only two parties, which strikes me as there's different factions in the party, but overall, it's only two parties. And if you are part of Islam and that party's ideals and platform, you're not going to want to vote for them. So, Bernie or Bush, there are people who just don't represent it. And even in Europe, not everyone even feels like it's represented. People are voting too. But in Europe, France, for example, they shut the city down. Like, they stop highways and everything as a block. And no one, very even if someone doesn't really agree with
Susan M. A huge virtual hug to you. Thank you so much for donating. Kevin L. Thank you so much. Kevin, I'm gonna give you a big hug too. And that's Lorenzo's voice. He loves you as well. Regina C. Thank you. Thank you all. My goodness, it means a lot to us. We're only able to do this because you all. your support created our way to get here. I took a couple weeks off of work to get out here. We're not getting paid. Any of the money we get donated to us goes straight back to the collective to create more media for y'all. Our mission is to bring context to the social and environmental struggles that are happening across the world from the front lines of those struggles. That is what our mission is. That is why we created Unicorn Ride, and we thank you all so much for supporting and being there for us as we try to get the narrative of those marginalized voices out into the public sphere. We are live on the internet. UnicornRide.ninja. What is a white shirt walking away? Excuse me as I go.
No. Did they create?
It's about midnight. It's 12:01 here on the East Coast. And the police are just chilling around. There's a lot of them still behind the gate. See this sign? She's not with us. She's with them.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Thank you all, you 1,000 people watching. Not too much going on right now. If you missed the action, go to UR_Ninja, our Twitter feed. We have live videos, or videos that were filmed a while live, but videos that are now up, recorded of what happened at the breach of the gates. Thank you, Michelle. That's huge. That means a lot. Really appreciate it. The only way we're able to do what we do is because of you, as I said earlier. Right now, the situation is really not tense.
But the one thing we should have actually got us
not too much going on.
Bernie has said he's going to go back to register as an independent. That's how he voted.
Being here to do this. We were here pretty much all night, all evening, some of the afternoon. There was a direct action, nonviolent civil disobedience direct action by Democracy Springs.
Democratic
that resulted into people having fake credentials, fake press credentials, and then using those to get access into the convention area. They reached the first security gate. I'm not sure they reached it further before they sat down and did sort of sitting. Here's some police officers. This tall person on the left is a police officer, and this short person on the right is a police officer. And they continue to follow. They might be security actually, as this NBC News guy. Maybe they're all police. No, actually, maybe they're all. Yeah, excuse me. These fellas are actually security contractors for NBC News. There's three of them, and they're contractors to help secure the safety of NBC News, a large corporation. We at Unicorn Riot do not have bodyguards. We do not ever wish to have bodyguards.
Minimum wage, healthcare for everybody. Democratic Party getting those people out.
Now there's a line of police up here in the street. This crowd starts walking down the street. On stage.
No, I think it was being distributed. So people got it. Okay. So I haven't done it with
Not a bad idea.
You never ate the food, but I tried to feed you.
Somebody working in the head.
Hello, Lee. Thank you for joining.
Intermission, they're going to do it. Oh, they're marching.
Thank you all. Thank you all for chatting. Here's a bunch of the police officers. People are walking by.
No more elephants, no more donkeys.
It seems like they're just going to do a loop around this area, get rid of some energy.
The black woman is seen as unintelligent. The black woman is seen as something that is just fine. I don't know any other person that has to deal with what the black woman has to deal with. The discretion that we go to. The black woman is undesirable. That's what I've been told my whole damn life. But let me tell you something. I am
She's got the mic, let her talk.
Estamos al centro oeste en juntos. Very typical Spanish, probably very Estamos en la lucha. Todos estamos en la lucha.
Jim, the lady wasn't a BLM lady, she was just black. Being black doesn't mean you're in Black Lives Matter. Hold on 1 second, I'm gonna put this down and reconfigure something. I'll be back. 2 seconds, maybe 6 seconds. Yeah, give me 6 seconds.
So it has significance right now, and which is beautiful.
Sorry, that was more than 6 seconds. Thank you, Mark. Love the Unicorn Riot crew out there. Love you all. We're out here in South Philly.
Yes!
Jesus. They're going to be like, you guys are too violent. We're not going back there. That woman is angry.
Captain Knoxworth, thank you so much. Huge virtual vote. Huge virtual vote. $2 even helps. We have monthly micro donations available, so if you have like $2 a month, that helps us.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Oh my God, they're doing the kumbaya.
I know. I agree with you that you're not heard enough. Now listen to me while I finish what I say about how I support you.
If you missed the action from yesterday out here at DNC, go to our website, unicornriot.ninja. We have day 2 report up there.
I've definitely seen, far more adult than children. I've seen a few like 10-year-olds. It's nice. 6-year-olds.
You see this group is about 100 or so deep, maybe 200. People are just sort of having their fun.
$2 PayPal donation to stop motion solo at gmail.com. $2 PayPal donation to stop motion solo at gmail.com. This is things I do. And while I'm here, get me more water. I need this. Help me get more of this. $2 PayPal donation to stop motion solo at gmail.com. I guarantee you CNN is not going to show you all of that singing just there. They're focusing on speeches in the convention and doing commentary and banter about
streaming for like publication or some shit. Talking all this shit about
how Biden is very. Biden is really frustrated, even though he doesn't see much about the fact. It's just a lot of banter. A lot of people who are
life, you can go to our website, you can find that on Ninja, and you go to support our work.
We need to build bridges. No more division. That's what they're trying to do already. That's what they do every day. The message is perpetuating love.
The reason why we had to do that to create a space because we know this. Because we know this. Within the DNC activist community do not prioritize the voices of marginalized community. Every time somebody speaks, for every one black woman, there are 5 white men speaking. There are 5 white men speaking in the media, simulating the struggles of black and brown people. The struggles of black and brown people. You cannot represent the struggle of black and brown communities. You do not have the experience of having to be profiled and be humanized by the system. A lot of us within the brown and black community have been reforming this system. We haven't been successful with it. So we believe in abolishing the police. That is also abolishing the system. Because the system uses racism, sexism, homophobia, and patriarchy, transphobia, and Islamophobia, as a margin to marginalize, and dehumanize the community for the sake of labor, and profit. This is the reality.
Yeah, police just congregating, chilling out.
Living in a capitalist world.
People ask them, can we move around? It's like, wow, it's like we're all in a detention center or something now. I don't get how people just lose their autonomy, lose their self-determination to even move through areas when the police create their presence out here. It's always really unbelievable to see people just lose their self-determination, as I just said. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Christopher. I'll give you a huge hug. Thank you so much, Christopher. It's much appreciated. All of the work that we do, we get thanks, you know, and that means a lot. We get a lot of people giving us thanks and giving us support, and the monetary support is what's going to keep us going. The love will always keep us doing what we're doing, but the monetary support will keep us as a collective moving. And so thank you so much for that. It's huge help. Yeah, you heard. So Freddie Gray, all of the officers have been exonerated, and the Baltimore police have basically decided that Freddie Gray killed himself and severed his own neck in the back of a police car.
Left. They're left. They're gone. They have left.
All I'm gonna say to people that don't understand is not only will you never understand, but if you woke up black, you would shit your pants.
No one understands.
If you woke up black, you wouldn't leave your house. But let me tell you something, I wouldn't have it any other fucking way. If I had a choice of being anything else, I would be black. Because every single one of you came from the black woman. Every single one of you came from Africa, regardless of whether you want to accept it or not. You could be fucking Ecuadorian, whatever the fuck you are, you came from the black woman.
We seem to run into one thing after another. We got a battery right back.
What's the situation at the fence? Nobody's really up here except for a few people just standing firm. Mind if I interview you real quick? All right. So you're standing firm. You are still here. You have a sign that says, I am Seth, and hashtag, and you have a rose in your hand. What's going on? What brings you out here?
His name was Seth Conrad Rich. He was 27 years old. He was in charge of the Democratic Party's voter expansion project. It was his job to know the numbers, okay? He was in charge. After California was so bad that those numbers told a story that got that young man killed. 2 weeks ago, he was murdered in Washington, D.C. at 4 o'clock in the morning. Shot in the back, execution style. They didn't take his watch, his wallet, his rings, nothing. The very next day, Bernie Sanders endorsed Hillary Clinton. The very next fucking...
And what is this person's name again?
His name is Seth Conrad Rich. Seth Rich. You can Google it, guys, please.
And so you have an I am Seth because why?
I want to keep this young man's memory alive. The Democratic Party and the corporate media have swept this young man's name under the rug. 75% of the people I spoke
Usually
with,
I take stills when I'm live streaming, but I've had challenges with the internet connection, and so I'm not taking stills because I don't want it to mess up my stream. I don't want it to go down.
The simplest solution is usually the right.
So I'm just avoiding stills.
I can personally think of one motive, one person with motive for this man's death, and I challenge anybody to come up with a second person's motive for his death.
Wow. So, I know that I've heard that Hillary, or just Clintons in general, have a big body count.
Yeah,
a lot of people that have died and been killed around them.
Let me tell you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a lot of misinformation on the internet.
Yeah, talk about it.
But listen, it's full of weeds.
Yep.
The misinformation is the weeds. You've got to sift through the weeds and pull them and throw them away and forget about them to find the flowers that are amongst it. Because the truth is out there. It's the information superhighway.
So
the knowledge is power, people. If we want to have the
splitter
power,
group that left and came back and sat here has left again, and they're across the street a ways. I'm not sure why they moved again.
Done with the corporate media. We are not going to watch CNN, and we're not going to be brainwashed anymore.
So, we have this young man, Seth, who's in charge of the voting count, you said?
He's in charge of the voter expansion project. For the entire Democratic Party.
Yep.
Okay, he was 27 years old.
And he was murdered.
He was murdered in Washington, D.C., man. Cold blood. No witnesses, no evidence, no nothing. They left all this stuff. He wasn't robbed. He was just a kid. I got a son almost his age. He was a kid. I came from Tulsa, Oklahoma, to be damn sure these people don't forget his name.
Are you a Democrat?
I used to be.
So you're going to participate in the Dem exit?
I'm already out.
You're already out?
Yeah. I live in Oklahoma, so I can't vote Green, but I'm going to promote Jill, and I'm going to vote for the lesser of two evils in the general election. And unless you're comparing Hillary Clinton to the devil, she's not the lesser of two evils.
How do you feel about the democratic process? Do you feel there's democracy in America?
Absolutely not. You know what disgusts me? I voted for Walter Mondale, was the first man I could vote for. Okay, I've been voting Democrat ever since. And,
I think you did it. There you go.
I'm disgusted by what happened to the Democratic Party. The Republicans ran a fairer primary than the Democrats. Get that through your thick heads, people. It's disgusting. It was awful. Donald Trump is a bumbling buffoon and a carnival barker, but it's who the people wanted, so they gave it to him. We wanted Bernie Sanders, but we couldn't have him. They had to cheat, they had to lie, and they had to kill this young man to keep the truth covered.
So you came from Tulsa, Oklahoma. When did you come here?
I've been here since the 23rd, I believe.
Okay.
I was able to spend 2 days in front of the DNC's headquarters in downtown.
He doesn't have a
For some
battery
reason,
for
there
the
were no other
camera?
protesters there. I was right
He
outside
doesn't
the
have a
door as
battery?
They were all coming in and out. And I had Hillary yell, just come back to me.
Sure,
and
yes,
ask
can
me,
I do it on
he'll
here?
tell me the story.
Thank you
But
so much.
apparently it wasn't enough to get him to flip, but that wasn't really my goal. Because we knew Bernie wasn't going to win. Okay, anybody who thought Bernie was going to win this coronation of Hillary was just deceived and believing in a lie. But what's going to happen is Bernie Sanders didn't want to run a third party because he was worried that we'd get Trump in the White House. Let me tell you something. We've got a third party. Okay, it's called the Green Party. It's ran by Jill Stein, and there's already enough support to keep Hillary Clinton out of the White House. Check the polls, people. She's not going to win. Donald Trump's going to be our next president. But let me tell you something else. Bernie Sanders has said time and time again that his ultimate goal is to keep Donald Trump out of the White House. Okay? There's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the White House, and that's for Bernie Sanders to become the head of the Green Party. And I still believe that he's going to save us.
Really? So you think there's hope in 2016 that Donald Trump does not be president?
The only hope we have is Bernie Sanders. He's the one that opened our eyes to the corruption. He's the reason we're all here. I love Bernie Sanders to death. I take a bullet for that man, for what he's done for my country. Because he's done more than any individual soldier could ever do. And I love my military. Okay, I hate my government, but I love my country. I led that little chant over there when they were trying to talk about burning flags and shit. That's bullshit. I respect somebody's right to do it, but I'm going to turn my back and I'm going to walk away.
So is there anything else you'd like to say, being that you came from Oklahoma, you've been here for some days, how long are you staying here? A couple more days till the end?
Yeah, I get back to work on the 30th.
Okay, so you have a nice time here. So you hope to accomplish bringing the awareness to Seth, what was the last name? Rich?
Seth Rich.
Seth Rich.
Conrad Rich.
Seth Conrad Rich, and you're spreading the awareness, and you seem disillusioned with the Democratic Party.
Absolutely. I'm not disillusioned. I know exactly what's going on.
Okay. Oh, there's a sign that they've breached the gates. Okay. And so, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Bernie, if you ever get a chance to read this or listen to this, please, we need you. We cannot have Donald Trump as president. And you promised to do everything in your power to prevent that. And I believe the only thing left is for you to take over the Green Party. I love you, Bernie.
Can we get that sign real quick again? Thank you, sir. So we got it, Seth Conrad Rich. Appreciate it.
Something else. I didn't have a plan when I came here. Okay, I've been blessed with parking. I've been blessed by the people from the Up to Us caravan from California that I met, and just outside of St. Louis, I rode here with them. The greatest people in the world. I think they've made my heart grow and made me a better person. These people are great. But I have rode a wave every time. I had not made a plan. I didn't know what I was doing. And it just worked out that way. Today I was able to, I got so close to Jill Stein's speech today that somebody heard the story, and when she was done, they pulled me up on stage and gave me the mic and let me speak to her entire rally today. Yeah, it's badass. That was in downtown Philadelphia today, and it was right after Jill Stein, and everybody was there, and everybody heard it. And we got to get this man's name out, and I feel so blessed that that didn't happen. I just so happened to be downtown, I found a lucky parking spot, walked in to see what was going on, and they said Jill's going to be here. Jill's heard my story.
Thank you so much. Here's one of our cards. Yeah. Thank you. We heard, man, wow, that's very troubling. A couple people double streaming themselves. Power to the peaceful. Trump, love, Trump's hate. So you just heard Seth Conrad Rich. Amazing story about Seth Conrad Rich, who was the delegate voter, in charge of the voter program. Was murdered. Check into that story. I'm going to do the same. It's actually the first time I've heard that story. I'm actually come over to this direction and see what's going on over here.
And then pretty soon we'll probably just drop the feed because there's not too much happening out here at the moment. Again, go to our Twitter feed, UR_ninja, and to find more of the happenings. We're out here all evening. We've been out here for the last days at the DNC. Go to our website, unicornriot.ninja, and check out our media. So Jayanthi Kyle's song from Minneapolis has made its way to Philadelphia. All you Minneapolis folks out there, you know this song. A lot of people do not know the song. Jayanthi Kyle, huge shout out. Your song is national, obviously. A lot of these people do not know the words. That's hilarious.
They don't march. Why? Because it's not only something that we celebrate anymore.
What I want to do right now, everybody to focus on the person that they love the most.
Since the destruction of the temple, we are not to create our insanity. We wait patiently for the Almighty.
Pretty big circle here.
And the so-called he will end exile. But to create our own state is a rebellion against the inhabitants of the land. This is the thing that we mourn, it's a rebellion against God. And certainly, we mourn the oppression and the subjugation and the banishment.
The drum circle is done right now. The people who are doing the drum circle are in this big circle. The drums are sitting down.
I'll squeeze right through here. Excuse me. Thank you so much.
Good people that took us in.
That's the scene right here.
Harassed and murdered in Europe many times.
Massive circle.
They opened the doors for us and they embraced us and they gave us a safe haven. And now to turn around and say that they oppress Jews because they're
Now chanting "Feel the Love" while they're holding their hands.
and against what Judaism requires.
We have bicycle police that are glamping inside the park area. We have police that are here. BP, there's actually, I think a Facebook page, Anarchists for Trump. I think it was made in response to Anarchists for Bernie. It's pretty funny parodies, I guess. I have not been on them yet, I've just heard people talking about it. Thank you so much, Elena. Big hugs to you, because that's what we do. We're out here making media for you all, bringing the frontline struggles to the internet, to the worldwide audience.
It's logical to take a land away from people so they won't be silent. And there's no reason. It's not that the Jews need a homeland because the Jews and the Muslims hate us. If you step back and look at history, then you know that we profusely apologize to the Palestinian people. We start taking another direction and talk about how we want to coexist as we've had. And just we don't want to steal their land, steal their self-control. Then we can live with it because we have it almost for hundreds of years. It's not a religious issue. It's a foreign body that has been introduced into this body that was Jews, Muslims, and Christians. A foreign concept of Zionism. It's not a religion. It's a foreign political selfish movement. And then we can live with it.
These gates were breached by the people who were then violently arrested and struck by the police. There's helicopters flying overhead. And the situation is pretty calm out here. There's some circles, people showing love to each other. There's a bunch of police. Not much else going on. Go to Twitter page, UR_ninja to get some happenings that happen. We have a lot of sort of updates going on there. Thank you, Gary. Thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to bring this stream down in a second.
Can we tell us your name again?
Looking at you all. _ninja on Twitter and uniformriot.ninja on Instagram.
Thank you very much.
Updates.
Not all rabbis believe the same as you.
We'll be bringing you updates continuously throughout these last couple of days. The last one is tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be bringing you the last updates from the DNC. It's been a long trip for the Uniform Riot crew. We went out to Cleveland. We came out here. We have the crew in Minneapolis still doing their thing. The mansion got raided yesterday. The governor's mansion, which is 18 to 20 days of occupation after the 18-day occupation of Justice for Jamal. And that's about Philando Castile. Thank you, Michelle. Good night to you as well. Actually, they weren't black helis, Watcher. They're all police helis, though. And there's drones above us as well. So, it's pretty crazy. Love you too, Gary. Thanks so much. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in. We really, really appreciate your support and your viewership and your love. We're only able to do this because of you. And again, we're all volunteer crew, 501c3 nonprofit education. And yeah, continue to tune in. We'll be having live coverage throughout the day tomorrow. The last day of the DNC tomorrow. People are really fed up. People are disillusioned with the Democratic Party. Today, just real quick brief summary. Democracy Spring planned affinity groups, and then they had fake credential passes, got into the gates of the Democratic National Convention, reached into maybe the second level.
What do you think is the solution?
From there they got arrested, I believe. Then there was 3 dates back in the distance were breached, possibly even cut it out. People pushed through them really fast, really hard. The police responded really fast, really hard. A lot of people were swarmed and arrested from what I saw. I was sort of on the side of it when it happened. I was in the front, but I was on the side. Check out Twitter feeds, and I think we have some footage of that. I believe even one of the police through our camera, we were able to find it. One of our phones, actually. And so, yeah, as this helicopter continues to circle overhead continuously all night, every night. That's what happens. So we're going to go down, we're going to come back up. If need be out here, we're going to continue to monitor the situation. And then beyond that, continue to follow us. We'll be out here tomorrow as well. And we love you all for support. And if you have the opportunity, you have $2, go to our radio. Again, we're all non-profit, all volunteer crew. And thank you all for being up here, being watching. It's 12:34. Being watching. I don't know English half the time. It's 12:34 in the Eastern Time Zone. Going down. Love you all. DNC, Philadelphia, day 3. A post will be up soon on the website. Within the next 24 hours, we're going to try to do it tonight. It's all of us just out here making media for you all to catch up with voices that aren't getting heard all the time. If you look at corporate news, I'm pretty sure they're not covering it the way we are, and that's because we're trying to focus on bringing
And what would you say, what can people do to help?
Thank you all, we love you.
Work towards.
Go to support our work and Unicorn Riot Ninja. Go to Unicorn Riot Ninja. Follow us on Facebook. We got a video page with a lot of original content. Follow us there. That is it. Peace. We love you. And on the last day of the DNC. There goes cold water. Peace, y'all.
Generation Palestinian. And there's a few Palestinians. They live together. We tell these stories to the world. Sink money into this in advertisement that the world start asking questions. People think that this is it's a brain game. See how people look at their notoriety. But if you understand that that's not the issue, so you start questioning if that's the case. When they were living well to the beginning of the 20th century, or in the 1890s.
And this is the perfect for the camera. For the camera.
So if they were able to go with this, what's wrong? I don't know. They can seriously now again, the first issue is don't be fooled. Know what the sickness is. Then you can help find the solution also. But if you don't begin to know what the narrative is, then you will never have the sickness because you're just like a blind man looking for a way, without any direction.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. show the card the rabbi gave to me.
Our voices are always silenced, and they never let us speak. They never let us speak. And when we're angry, they act like they can be entitled to
Checking Facebook.
I was wondering, are those journalists hoping for a riot or not?
Trans people are tired of being talked about.
I don't know that journalists have votes. They're supposed to report objectively, but they do like action.
Have a blessed day. I love you guys. All of you.
Blessed with what? From whom?
What did he say? I don't know.
He said have a blessed day, which made me scoff.
I wonder why they were talking to cops. That helicopter is so annoying. Let's turn left over here. Hello. That was so fun. We're just circling around. The rabbis are leaving. Really appreciate them. The Bernie Democracy Spring people moved again over here. So I'm just circling around to see what's going on. So it's this helicopter. We can walk past. This is the free hug group.
I'm sorry.
They're hugging.
All white free hugs. We're accomplishing so much because we're hugging. We are the true victors here. We're hugging in a group.
Commentary.
Oh my god, did you guys see me hug those other guys? I totally hugged them. Now I'm gonna hug you.
Hi, they're just hugging.
Oh, no, it's going over there. Yeah, they're hugging and he's like celebrating for hugging and then they're hugging each other. What I was saying. Yeah, I guess. They're like political victory. Hey everybody, they fully took advantage of us and we didn't even stop hugging. We're the real winners here. Hillary might have won the nomination, but we're the real winners because we love each other. Come back, I'm gonna get you.
I see, I saw at least a good handful of activists talking to cops, and I'm wondering if they were informants.
Hot food by the stage. Wait, where's the stage? Let's tell you the live stream. Tell the live stream. There's hot food by the stage in the park.
free hug group. And now we're at the...
Do you think that helicopter is just like trying to annoy us?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to fly over more times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here, but
This is back at the fence. This is the hangout in front of Roses. Peace sign, giving out roses by the fence in front of the cop section. So I guess I'll either stream as long as I have battery, or stream until nobody's here, or stream until my friend wants to leave, who has the car. Oh, InfoWars. Yep, I thought that was them. So people are really just kind of like hanging out in small groups now, talking to each other. This is what's happening here. I kind of feel like I'm going to shut down my stream, at least for a little bit. I mean, I'd really love a beer. Okay, so I think I'm going to shut down my stream. This is what's happening there. I hate to shut down my stream when there are still people here, and when especially there are cops here. But I'm going to, I may or may not come back up tonight, not sure. I do see Unicorn Riot people here. So, yep, gonna shut down.
Definitely cooled off, but it still seems muggy as hell out here. Still nothing like St. Louis this time of year.
Or Austin.
Oh, God. Yeah, but it's not as humid in Austin, is it?
Austin's super humid.
Really?
Not as bad as Houston, but it's bad. It's bad down
I mean, St. Louis is just it's like walking through a swamp at night, man.
That's what Houston's like.
Like 2 a.m. in the morning, and
Yeah,
you're still like,
yeah.
jeez.
Yeah, that's Houston especially. Sometimes Austin is bad. It's been raining there all week though, so. Speaking of which, is it going to rain tomorrow? Yes, maybe. Let's see. 82 degrees. 50% chance of rain later today. 80% tomorrow. That'd be fun for flying. Hooray. So much for my tourist day and flying.
All right, I've caught up on my notifications finally.